Hello, gang. Welcome to the stream. This is the Adrel Show, where 3 times a week on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, we look at all things World of Warcraft gold making. For today's stream, we have a couple of different things that we need to get done. We're going to do all of our weekly chores, right? We have reset tomorrow for North American realms. We are playing World of Warcraft, The War Within, the new expansion. Excuse me. And yeah, that's the plan for the stream. Welcome in, everyone. I see we have a couple people watching us on Twitch. We got a couple viewers on YouTube, on TikTok, all the places. Thank you, everyone who is watching live. If you are watching live, drop a message in chat. Let me know what's up. Let me know how it's going. Are you guys making a good amount of gold? Are you guys interested in making more gold? If so, is there anything you want me to cover in specific? Are there any professions that you're struggling with? Are there any other things that you're struggling with that I can maybe help lend some insight into? What's up, everyone? How's it going? Hello, Levy on TikTok. How's it going? I can see your message. Unfortunately, I can't read Arabic, so I would really, really appreciate if you could translate that for me. But I'll and for some reason TikTok won't let me copy that message, so I can't easily translate it either. So I'm really, really sorry. But thank you so much for your message all the same. All right, let's get into it. As you guys can see, we are at the Dark Moon Fair. This character has already done all of her quests, so not much to do here. We didn't so we of course, as I mentioned, we stream Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and actually on Friday streams we didn't end up doing a mailbox opening, so that's something that we need to do. Beyond that, yeah, we'll start off by just doing some of our chores. Well, actually, we need to do our gold making chores, and then I also need to do my delves, right? On my main here, right, we've unlocked one of the vault slots, but ideally we should unlock the rest of these as well. And I think what we need to do is, I think we still need to do, okay, yeah, so we would still need to do another 5 tier 8, either tier 8 delves or Zekvir, right? And I think to start off with, you know what, changing plans. We'll do our other chores, but to begin with, we're just gonna start off with a bountiful delve. We'll do a tier 8 bountiful delve. All right, we'll quickly do Takrathan Abyss. That's usually one of the quicker ones. After which we'll do maybe 1 or 2 Zekvir's lairs. I want to see if I've gotten any better. I should probably actually also spend my Valor Stones and the crests that I've saved up, just because they'll probably make things go a little bit quicker, right? I'm still not at the stage where I feel like I can comfortably get these tier 8 bountiful delves done as Windwalker. I feel like Windwalker, it's still a little hit or miss. Whereas with Brewmaster, I've got it on lockdown, right? Like Brewmaster, I have no doubt that I'm going to be able to get what I need to get done. It just seems to be as Windwalker that we still have a couple deaths, right? I think we did one, we managed to pull off one run that didn't have that was like completely deathless, but other than that, on as Windwalker, I am struggling a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, and I don't know if it's an eye level thing or if it's just I'm because of the fact that I'm not that great at dodging mechanics, if we're being honest here, that the increased survivability that Brewmasters have is paying off as much as it is, right? Like whether that's the reason why as Brewmaster I'm able to much more reliably get through these delves. It may literally just be a skill issue. Okay. I think I also need to work on my key bindings, to be honest. I was seeing that, I think it was Bellular, was saying that for the Zekvir fight, actually setting up a macro where your interrupt specifically targets Zekvir and then returns to your old target is the way to go. So we may test that out as well. I want to see if we can bring down the amount of time it takes us to get the Zekvirs done. Then we may have an easier time of it, depending on what you guys are here for, right? what you guys want to see. Let me know in the chat. Should we attempt to do some of these Zekvir runs on my mage? And the main reason we would be doing that is because supposedly for Zekvir, right, the eye level doesn't matter as much because it's such a mechanic heavy fight, as in your success rate as to whether or not you're able to take down Zekvir is so dependent on you just mastering the mechanics that actually your eye level doesn't really matter. At least that's what Belly Leader has been saying, and that's what I kind of think is the case for me as well. Like, I think that's been my experience as well. I don't think the eye level matters as much because I think one way or another, you're going to DPS him down fairly slowly as long as you can survive the mechanics, which having more eye level isn't really going to help you with mechanics, right? I mean, you may be able to take a couple of shots, a couple more shots if you're higher eye level, right? You got a higher health pool, you're in Brewmaster, you're in tank spec, whatever. But ultimately, it's not going to really make too much of a difference in terms of your actual ability to complete the fight. And again, quick reminder to anyone who's struggling with Takrathan Abyss or any of the other underwater delves, right? You're going to want to grab these Dranic water breathing elixirs. It'll make the entire run so much easier for you because you now no longer need to worry about breath or like breathing while you're in these underwater delves. And part of the thing is also just that not part of the things. Another cool thing is you'll also get an achievement for never running out of oxygen in this, like in one of these underwater delves, which you need for the meta achievement. What's up, PopUX4? What you've noticed is that if you get the kick and kill the egg, it'll be fine. Yeah, so I've been trying to interrupt his egg spawns as much as possible. But yeah, exactly. I completely agree with you. I feel like it's so much of that fight is just getting the mechanics down, and that's why I'm wondering if I'll be able to pull it off on my mage. My mage is let's check here. We're logged on to her as well. My mage is eye level 591, so nothing crazy there. I mean, it's not like my main is super better geared. My main 606, because I don't tend to do a lot of like actual combat content, right? The majority of what I do in this game is just gold making. With this expansion, I've been having a lot of fun with the delve system. I feel like the delves make it a lot more accessible to actually gear up characters, or like, and I'm actually genuinely enjoying the like difficulty level. I feel like they're very, very well tuned. By which I just mean they're probably easy enough for me to actually do. But what's up, Popu? How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Are you running a lot of delves? Or are you mainly doing gold making stuff? What's up? How's it going? How was your weekend? Did you play much WoW this weekend, or... Welcome everyone on TikTok as well. I see we got a bunch of people watching us on TikTok. What's up? Drop a message in chat. Let me know how it's going. All right. So we managed to not get kicked off that little platform just then. So far, I've had Zekvir spawn for me twice in that spot. So I'm always hopeful that Zekvir will spawn again. Mainly because I'm hoping one of these days we'll actually get one of those bountiful delve map things, because I haven't gotten one yet. And I've run a decent amount of delves at this point. I'm making the same mistake I always do, which is getting distracted by other things while I'm in combat, which historically has not been good for me, but I think I can get away with it as Brewmaster. But wait, there's an achievement that like counts how many delves you've done, right? Delves, get Delver of the Delves, open bountiful cup. So we've done 26 delves. All right, I've done a total of about almost 40 delves at this point, the bulk of which were tier 8 bountiful delves. And I've only had like 2 Zekvir spawns, and in those 2 spawns, I didn't get a map. Neither from like the thing he drops, nor from the like end of delve little box thingy chest. I guess the bountiful coffers, I guess they're called. I'm going good, thanks. And I'm doing delve / keys and trying to make gold where I can. Yeah, weekend was good. Got a good amount of WoW in this weekend. How was your weekend? Good stuff. WoW weekends are always fun. Yeah, I'll be honest, I didn't play much at all this weekend. We streamed on Friday for like 7 hours, which I wasn't planning on having as long of a stream then, but we had a good old time, I feel like. And then, yeah, I honestly don't think I even logged. I think I logged in for a little bit yesterday, because I was catching up on the UFC fights. And so I logged in for a little bit, did the Dark Moon Fair on like 1 or 2 characters. And I made the mistake I always do, right? Because I'm like, okay, I'm watching the fights. What we got to do is we I got to order the Pizza Hut, right? And crack open a cold one. And sure enough, I did that. I started doing a delve as well, I think. Because I was like, oh, I need to finish enough delves to like complete the weekend event quest, right? This one here. I think I still need 2 more delves to get my little champion satchel bag thing, pouch, whatever you want to call it. And so I started doing that, and then I literally, by the time I had finished the Pizza Hut, I basically passed out. So yeah, I moved to the couch to like watch the co-main event and the main event on the big screen, and I ended up just knocking out. But yeah, that was the extent of like how much WoW I played this weekend. I mean, also because I spent all day Saturday hanging out with friends and family. And yeah, and then yesterday evening as well, I had a family member's birthday party, so we went out for dinner and had a good old time with that. But yeah, more recently, I feel like the weekends, I'm actually getting less WoW time on the weekends than I am during the week, which kind of makes sense, right? I stream 3 times a week on, I stream WoW 3 times a week during the week. So like on the weekends is generally when I'm like hanging out with friends and family and stuff like that. But yeah, so that was my weekend. In terms of WoW stuff, I did a little bit of, actually, you know what, the other thing I did was I spent a good amount of time yesterday doing cross-realm auction housing, which is something that I keep talking about on stream that I don't do enough of. And I figured like I was mainly focused on the fights. I was like, oh, I can't do anything, I don't want to do anything super focused in the game. And so, yeah, it's super, super easy. Are you doing any cross-realm trading stuff? Because there's stupid amounts of gold in it. Like, there's just this weekend, I was reminded why I should stay on top of those auctions. Because it took maybe 5 or 10 minutes per character at most, right? And even that was because I was super distracted. I was focused on the fights. And yeah, in those 5 to 10 minutes, each of the other characters that I was logging onto was pulling like, I would say, I'm not gonna overpromise here, but probably 30 to 80K in sold auctions. And that's despite the fact that I'm like checking these characters realistically once a week. I think when we last looked at those characters on stream, I think it had been like 2 weeks since the last time I had checked them, and we still had like 30-40K on them. And I'm only, for whatever dumb reason, well, it's not whatever dumb reason, I'm just being silly about it, and I've set up my trade skill master operations to only post those auctions for 12 hours. And despite that, I'm making like 30 to 80K on each of those characters. If I was smarter about it and I, and I actually posted for 24 hours and I checked those characters more often, I would probably make so much more. But hey, the way I've framed it is that the reason I'm not doing that is so that you guys can do that instead. All right, I'm leaving it up for you guys. What's up, Abdullah on TikTok? How's it going? Welcome back. I think this is your third stream that you're joining us for, right? Welcome back. How's it going? How's Classic treating you? Seems like a pretty good WoW to IRL mix. Yup. Yeah, I'm trying to be better about that, man. Because especially after after the War Within dropped, I feel like for a couple of weekends there, I was just spending all week, like all of my free time in the week playing WoW, and then on the weekends as well, I was just playing stupid amounts of WoW. And I was like, all right, we gotta pull it back, all right? Like, I should probably hang out with my wife more and with family and friends and stuff like that. So yeah, I've been trying to make a more concerted effort to do that. I've got no idea how to make gold. I just go and farm mats for an hour or so, then sell and go off that until I run out. Fair enough, man. Gathering is honestly, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Gathering is the simplest and most like dependable way of making gold. If you have the patience for it, it's the most reliable way that you can make gold. Mainly because of the fact that you also the risk of losing gold is so low, right? Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think if there's any way that you could lose gold with gathering. Theoretically, maybe you could if you like spent a bunch of gold on like the blue profession equipment, right, and then just didn't gather. But I mean I'm not gonna count that because I feel like if you're not doing the thing, then yeah, you can lose gold with anything. But with gathering, even if you overspent on your blue profession equipment, it just means that you have to farm a little bit more to pay it off. But yeah, if you don't want to spend the time, and it's a decent time investment, so I get why people don't want to do it, to figure out the whole new profession system and you know where you can find your margins, and especially if you're doing something like a concentration build or something like that, where it's even less Ironically enough, I feel like the concentration builds, they can be super simple, but I feel like you need to spend more time up front understanding how the concentration system works and, where your margins are actually coming from, which is basically the bulk of your gold as a concentration build focused character is going to come from the price difference between tier 3 and tier 2 mats, right? So you do need to kind of monitor those things. And so if you don't want to deal with any of that, yeah, picking up herbalism and mining, or potentially even skinning. I've heard skinning is less good this expansion. But I've heard that's I think herbalism and mining it's hard to go wrong with, especially if you enjoy farming. I spent a little bit, actually I did spend a little bit of time also on Friday after stream mining, which I don't usually do. But for one of my blacksmiths, I wanted to basically get him blue profession tools, and with the catch-up system now in place for all the professions, but being particularly easy for gathering professions or semi-gathering professions like enchanting, I figured, okay, let me see how hard it is to really get those catch-up knowledge points as a miner. And yeah, I mean the drop rate was pretty low, but it was actually like I'm starting to understand why people enjoy gathering. Because until now, all of Dragonflight as well, I think I casually mined a little bit on my on my blacksmith. And the reason he has mining isn't even for mining, like to actually make gold with mining. It's to smelt old world mats to craft transmog with. So generally he doesn't, I don't spend a lot of time mining on him, but with the catch-up mechanism in place, I thought I'd check it out, see how it's going. And it was nice. I mean, I think in like half an hour, I gathered like 15,000 gold worth of mats, which isn't crazy, but again, he doesn't have any of his blue profession tools. It's not like I'm min-maxed on him, or that I really know what I'm doing when it comes to gathering. I'm literally just like flying around and mining. Like I'm not min-maxing. I'm not figuring out what nodes I'm supposed to hit, what nodes I should are worth skipping, etc. And so Are you interested, Popu X4? Am I saying that right? Is there something you'd rather me call you instead, or is just Popu good enough? Do I need to throw the ×4? Or is it Popu? I think that was 5. Call you Pep? All right, there we go. That's a lot easier. Thank you for that. But so Pep, are you interested in figuring out how to make gold with professions, or like to do something else with the mats that you're farming up? All right, so this is going to be another boss. Like, I feel like all the bosses are more mechanic driven than just being good at surviving. So we're going to swap to Windwalker just to see if we can take out the boss a little bit quicker. Then overall that'll be a good thing, right? And I think the main thing is I just need to stay out of that frontal cone, because I think when we did this boss the other day, part of the issue was that I was getting tagged by the frontal cone. All right, and I got to make sure not to read chat. So everyone who's watching live, thank you so much for your chat messages. I just need to take a couple of seconds here to make sure that I don't die to this boss, because I think on Friday's stream, when we attempted some of these delves, I was making the mistake of checking chat while in combat, which never ends well, especially on these bosses, because so often the difference between beating them and wiping is just missing one mechanic, especially on tier 8. At some point, I also need to clear tier 9, tier 10, and like basically unlock the question mark difficulty Zek Veer, because I do want to get that mount, and the sooner I can get it, the better I'll feel about myself, right? And I can add that to my application to Liquid Guild, right? We already have the screenshot of the achievement that we got for clearing a tier 8 bountiful delve without dying once. So I mean that I think is definitely getting me into Liquid. I'm on Illidan North America anyway, so I don't even have the server change, right? So I think I'm more or less in there. But if we really want to make sure, we really want to impress him, right, even further than than being able to run a tier 8 bountiful delve without dying. I feel like if we have the void mount, right, then it's a complete shoo-in. I mean, then maximum has to watch out, right? Uh-oh, I'm making the mistake of reading chat again. All right, wait, let's. Sorry, folks. I promise I'll catch up on chat. The second we're done with this boss, we're so close here. And until now, I feel like, you know what? I'm gonna blame chat. On stream, whenever I've died to these bosses, it's because I've tried to catch up on chat while fighting a boss, and that's never ended well. So today we're gonna try and stay focused. We're gonna take out the boss, and then I will catch up on chat. So thank you everyone who's dropping messages. I see on YouTube and on Twitch, and I don't think anyone's saying anything on TikTok just yet. But what's up, Abdullah? Yeah, of course I remember you, man. You're here for so many of the streams. That's what I was saying. I feel like this is the third. This is, if I'm not mistaken, this is the third stream you've dropped by for, right? Or at least third stream that you've chatted for. I still haven't figured out to see who's here on TikTok. So maybe you were lurking for some more streams, in which case my estimate there of 3 streams is wrong. But I know that I recall chatting with you at least for 3 of these streams. Although in saying that, I see that TikTok's showing me that no one's watching the live stream, so Abdullah may not still be here. If you are here, drop a message. Let me know what's up, man. Let me know if you're still here. Boom. Okay, see, we managed to take out the boss on our first attempt by just me not reading chat during bosses. So I think that's the move. I think that's that's what I've been messing up until now. And we did it as Windwalker as well. I'm wondering if my eye level or my skill level is now high enough that I can just run Bountiful Delves on tier 8 difficulty as Windwalker. Because maybe now I know the class somewhat decently enough to do that. All right. Let's catch up on chat real quick, and then we'll open up the coffers and see if we got something other than a trinket. All right, so I'm going to need everyone who's watching this live to cross your fingers with me, and we're going to pray that we do not get another gosh dang trinket, because Lord knows we've gotten enough of them. Our entire vault this week was filled with trinkets, all terrible. And yeah. Pep, you're open to any sort of gold making, TBH? Okay, perfect. Well, this is a stream for you. We when we're not running delves, which is most of the time, to be fair, yeah, we cover every single profession. We cover a bunch of other little gold making things and stuff as well. We'll run a couple more delves just to unlock the vault slots. Are there any other weekly activities? I feel like there's a couple of other weekly chores that I haven't gone around to. All right, fingers crossed. Let's see here. Ooh, boots. Dude, hell yeah. Boots are exactly the slot that I needed. Okay. I don't know if they fixed the RNG or what the thing is, but this week's Bountiful Delve loot has been a lot better than in past weeks. Now, I'm not sure. Is this helm actually an upgrade? Because it seems like Pawn is saying it's a 0% upgrade as Windwalker. But I wonder if it's an upgrade for Brewmaster, maybe? It's also weird that Pawn is telling me that the non-tier gloves are actually an upgrade for me over my tier set. Which I suppose could be the case, but seems kind of janky. I wonder if Pawn's not accounting for the fact that I'll lose my set bonus if we do that. Are you guys excited for tomorrow? Because we get our vault, we get a new spark. I think we get another charge for the catalyst, right? There's a lot coming tomorrow. With tomorrow's reset is what I mean by that. Ooh, and we got some more Assembly of the Deeps rep. So we're at 15 now, which means we get more carved Harbinger crests, and we get another earth encrusted gem, some more transmog. It's always nice. Ooh, we get more Valor Stones here. I should probably actually sit down, gem my gear, enchant things, because we have quite a bit of Dude, I have a hero piece that isn't even socketed. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. What's up, Distort89 on YouTube? How's it going? Welcome to the stream. You can make a ton of gold just farming a level 1 delves. Is that because of the fact that they hotfixed the caches at the end to now drop profane tinderboxes? I've been meaning to do that actually on one of my alts. Just because of the fact that I need to... Deathless solo of tier 8 Bountiful Delve only to fall off the bridge. That's unfortunately happens pretty often here at the Adrel show. But yeah, so tell me, Distort 89, is the main gold making coming from the profane tinderboxes? Because Lord knows I've spent a fortune on those. I've spent 3 million gold on profane tinderboxes. At an average, dude, I've been buying at an average price of 8,000 gold. And I think these were as low as like 2,000 or 3,000 gold at some point. So I've definitely been overspending on those. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Pep. Thank you. Very, very much appreciate that. Yeah, I'm trying to get myself a new headset because this one decided to break on me and is super janktastic. So yeah, and everything helps. Follows, subscribes, likes, all the things help, right? So wherever you're watching this, if you're enjoying the stream in any way, shape, or form, please consider following, subscribing, liking, doing all the things. We know what all the things are. I don't think I need to explain to anyone what helps us content creators out in 2024. But if you do need it, let me know and I'll be happy to list off all the things. But thank you again, Pep. So yeah, Distort, let me know. Is it just the profane tinderboxes and things? Because I've been, like I said, I want to level up my Death Knight. I want to level up my Paladin. My Paladin's actually probably my highest level alt at this point. That isn't 80, that is. And that's just because of the mining, to be honest. Why isn't this sorting by level? Okay, here we go. Yeah, my Paladin's at 76, my Death Knight's at 75, which ideally this isn't what you want to do, right? You want to get a character all the way to 80 so that you unlock the 5% bonus experience for all of your other alts. And so ideally my plan was never to level up characters like this. Admittedly, these aren't like intentionally leveled up characters. I should move this into the vertical stream so everyone can see what I'm talking about. Yeah, this is not how you want to level up alts, right? In Dragonflight, that's how I did it, and they were just leveling up by doing their like weekly profession quests and like different weekly tasks. In the War Within, you actually want to get a character from 70 to 80 as quickly as possible, and then do the next one so that you get the stacking bonus. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, basically, probably worth recapping here, right? So you have a series of achievements called Warband Mentors. There's 5 of these in all, and each of them give you a bonus 5% experience to leveling up your next character. So as a result, if you've got a whole bunch of alts like I do, what you want to do is get a character to 80 and then move to the next one. The problem is that I'm using all these guys for professions, and so they end up just getting experience from first craft bonuses and from doing their weekly quests and things like that, which is why you have all these characters at different levels. But this week is probably... when does the weekly event stop? Oh, dude, tomorrow at 7 a.m. Okay. Because the point is, on this stream, I thought we'd do all of our weekly profession chores. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, TechDex. Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for the follow. Very much appreciate that. Legendarism, welcome back. How's it going? How are we doing? How have your normal mode raids been going? I'm sorry I couldn't join the other day, man. And I'm not gonna lie to you, it's probably gonna be a little bit until I join normal mode raids. Just because, like I said, I haven't raided seriously. I'm trying to think. I mean, I think literally the last time well, actually, no. I was gonna say the last time I raided was with my guild in freaking Wrath, I think it was. And I've told the story on stream, but basically I was raiding with an RP guild, and I got guild kicked because the druid went into tree form, and I RP'd that I was peeing on the tree. Or I think I RP'd that my hunter pet went up to the druid tree and took a little tinkle on it, and dude, I admittedly, look, I was, in my defense, I was like 14, right? I was like 13 or 14, and so I was just being a dumb little kid, and I got chewed out. The GM like called me into like a ventrilo call, and like the druid was there, and everyone was super upset and gave me this like really stern telling to that I'd ruined the entire raid for everyone with not taking the RP seriously, and like the character was this respectable druid, and I was and my pet had peed on them, and it was this like huge crisis. And I was like, dude, I'm like a 13-year-old. I get that it was a stupid, dumb joke, but like at the same time, for grown adults to be giving that much grief to a 12-year-old for doing things that like 12, 13-year-olds would do, it seemed a little harsh, but hey, it is what it is. But anyway, so that's my that's it's a very long excuse for why I'm hesitant to raid anytime soon again. So much evil to pee on a tree, Mr. Drell. Yep. RP guild. Dude, I'm not going to lie. It was pretty cringe. Being in an RP guild to begin with. Well, the thing was, I thought that being on an RP PvP server would be fun because I thought that I could sell more items for more gold. My thinking was that, like, on a regular server, no one's going to buy level 5 armor, right? Level 10, level 20, whatever it is. Like, no one would buy the leveling gear because as it goes in this game, like, the most recent expansion is mainly what gets bought on the auction house. And so my thinking was like, okay, if I'm playing on an RP PvP server, there'll be less competition, so I'll be able to sell more stuff. And I thought, okay, I'll be able to sell like items that may not have any value on other servers, but RPers, like role players, will be more inclined to buy those items for their RP needs, right? So that was my thinking. And yeah, but then I did end up actually RPing at some points. Dude, RP servers are a trip. People take shit so seriously. It's wild. And RP is just role playing for those of you guys who may be curious or are like less nerdy than I was / am. You did Mythic yesterday, done with Heroic, good stuff. How is Mythic? How's it tuned? Have they nerfed things? So much evil to be. Okay, sorry, I'm catching up. Adults is where drama starts. As kids, it doesn't matter. Yep. Two absolutely awesome guilds. Yeah, so I mean, to be honest, I've been the most antisocial WoW player in history. Because I basically have a guild that I bought like a couple expansions ago, and I just have all of my alts in this guild. And I used it just for the guild bank, and it serves as like a second war bank, except it's compatible with Trade Skill Master. So, yeah, I don't know if I would like join a proper guild again. I joined a guild for like Remix and for like Season of Discovery and a couple of other like the other versions of the game, right? And I do kind of miss being in a guild. It was fun to have like Ventrilo and like hop on chat when you were playing and stuff like that. But now I stream instead. Valdrakken Accord is absolute awesome with the RP things they do. Oh, as a rep? Yeah, they have some really cool transmogs. And I think the Earthen, Council of Dornogal this time around also has some pretty cool transmog stuff for... Oh, wait, when did I unlock? I unlocked... Dude, god damn it, I'm such a noob. I didn't even realize this whole time the one thing that was holding back my eye level was my boots, right? Until we just ran a Bountiful Delve and we got champion track boots from the Bountiful Delve, right? And this whole time I guess I'd unlocked champion level boots from the Council of Dornogal and not even realized it. So yeah, that's a level I'm at. Do you really think I'm ready for Mythic raiding legendarism? Be real here. Pep, you're looking for a new guild for your main? I don't have a guild. I tried to start a WoW community called the Adrel Show. So yeah, by the way, if you guys are watching this and you're interested in joining a community, feel free to look for Adrel Show. You got to bounce? No worries. Oh, you got to wake up in 4 hours for... Jeez, good luck. Good luck. I hear you, man. I do that all the time. I'm just up to like 5 a.m. playing WoW. It's not a good thing. I wouldn't recommend it to anyone else, but yeah. PV is just eye level. If you're 615, you can join when we farm. Yeah, I'm not 615. I'm well, this is my mage at 591, and my main's at 606. Maybe with the vault this week, and maybe if we get lucky with some other drops. I think probably before attempting Zekvir again, we should sort out our gems and our enchants, right? Especially for the, I mean, at the very least for the hero track gear we have. All right, give me 1 second. I got to hit my air conditioner. Actually, let's throw to a quick break, and then we'll come back and do Zekvir. And then we'll take out any other quick, like, PvE chores we have. Because if I do them on stream, I'll actually get around to doing them. If I try to do them off stream, I'm probably going to miss them. and that'll cost me both eye level as well as gold. Because one of the like a lot of the chores we're doing, we're also doing so that we can try and get some of the recipes that are worth a good bit. But anyways, let's take a quick little break, and then we'll come back and get back to knocking out our weekly chores, and then finally back to gold making stuff, right? Yeah, I think the main like weekly chores that we need to do is we got to do Awakening the Machine on both of these tunes because they both have enchanting, and the chest enchant that you get from Awakening the Machine is absolutely goated for gold making. I mean, this chick is spec'd into chest enchants, and I'll just show you guys what I mean. And this is the reason why, if you have a character that has enchanting or that can pick up enchanting, you want to be running Awakening the Machine on them every single week. Because the Awakening the Machine event is honestly not that difficult. I mean, I'm not going to lie, I've wiped to it a couple times because I'm a noob. But honestly, for anyone who has a pulse, it's not that difficult. This one, is it this one? Yeah, this one. Dude, this recipe is goated. Whether or not you're min-max on enchanting, whether or not you even have these skills here, if you pick up this recipe, it's a license to print gold. Because it's the strength chest enchant, which means every strength user, like anyone who wears plate wants this enchant, more or less. Other than, I guess, healers, but come on now, guys, are we getting that technical? Everyone wants this enchant, right? And the recipe is so rare that if you get this to drop for you, it's a license to print gold. You could craft these at rank 1. You could craft these at rank 2 and 60% profit margin. That's wild. That's wild for enchanting. And if you craft them at rank 3, you somehow still lose 17% of your. How is that possible? I mean, the rank 2s alone will make you more than enough gold, and they have a higher sale rate than the rank 3s. So my point still stands. I wonder if people are just buying mats super cheap. I don't get why the rank 3 on this would be unprofitable. That makes little to no sense. But I wonder if that's just because people have bought mats when they were cheap, and maybe mats have spiked for certain items. But either way, it's still a license to print gold. Take my word for it, right? We're doing it on stream, so no one's gonna. So things are never gonna work out the way I say they will. But take my word for it. This is almost always profitable. And if nothing else, you can use concentration to make stupid amounts of gold with this in any case, which for enchanting is always nice. All right, quick little break, and then we'll come back and do everything else that we need to do. All right, so see you guys in a few. Thank you for watching live. If you are watching live, by the way, please consider subbing on YouTube, Twitch, all the things, right? Follow, like, do all the things. And if you sub on Twitch, you're also helping me replace this broken, janky headset, which would be kind of nice. Because I keep feeling like someone's tapping me on the shoulder. All right, quick little break, and we'll come back. See you guys. All right, gang, and we are back. Up. Got the wrong window open. What's up? How's everyone doing? Welcome back to the stream. Legendarism, you need heroic gear is 619. Yeah, I think I'm a little bit, I'm probably at least a couple of weeks away from 619, right? Actually, no. You know what? Because I do have my sparks that I haven't used yet. And those, presumably I can get crests, because I think you get a free crest from doing the story mode raid. Should we do that? Should we do that live on stream? Because I did want to make a little video testing out the story mode raid, because I feel like for people like me who aren't really gonna do cutting edge stuff, it's probably a good source of gear, no? But okay, you know what? Let's do a quick little Ask Mr. Robot. Do you guys use Ask Mr. Robot at all? Basically, it's this add-on and then a website that goes with it. Okay, let me sort that out off stream. And what's up, everyone? I see we have a bunch of people on Twitch, on YouTube, on TikTok. Hello, everyone. Drop a message in chat. Let me know how it's going. We are running. We're running delves. We're trying to figure out our gear a little bit, which is not generally what I stream. Generally, we're just in Dornigal doing gold making stuff. But thought we change it up a little bit, right? And like Distort89 in YouTube chat mentioned, delves are also a semi-decent way of making gold. The main reason, I mean, all right, let me reframe this. The main reason that eye level will impact your gold making is basically because if you're able to clear more of the bountiful delves and things like that, right, having a higher eye level will make it just that little bit easier to do all of your gold making things on a weekly basis. By which I mean, it'll make it easier to farm recipes, to farm delves for the profane tinder boxes, right? As well as some of the other content that you need to do. We don't have any like gathering quests this time around for professions, so there's not like a lot of world content that you need to do, strictly speaking, for your professions. But there are some of the recipes for some of the professions that are bind on pickup. I think I know of one for enchanting. I'm not sure if there's any others for the other professions. I think there are one or two. I've done a somewhat decent job of understanding the recipes for most of the professions, but I may be missing something. But okay, so the next thing that we're trying to do is we're trying to unlock this achievement, the Harbinger of the Carved. And what that will allow us to do is basically buy rune crests in exchange for the carved crests, I want to say. Right, so we already got the achievement for the weathered crests on my main. And so as you can see here, I can convert my weathered crests into carved crests, right? Upgrade them, basically. Now, the next thing I need to be able to do is to convert my carved crests into rune crests. And so there's this great little macro. I'll drop it in chat. Although I don't know if this is useful to anyone other than me. Okay, I think my chat bot didn't like the macro. So if you're not able to see the message, just check out the Wowhead page for each of these. And you'll get a macro specific to the thing. Basically what this macro will do is it'll tell you in chat which items you still need to upgrade in order to be able to unlock the achievement, right? But basically I think we need to get everything to 606. So I think my first order of business is just going to be upgrading all these items that aren't 606 yet. Although I'm wondering if I'm better off using my Valor Stones on the Sparks and then getting Spark Gear crafted, because that will naturally be higher eye level. We can pick the stats, right? All that fun stuff. How many pieces do I actually have below 606? So I have 1, 2, 3, 4. So I think just with the Valor Stones I have, I should hopefully be able to unlock that achievement. And the other reason we want to do that is because it also unlocks a discount for all of your alts on spending those crests. And that is account wide. And so basically we'll get a discount on all carved crest purchases once we do that. Now, I think the other thing is, I think already if we upgrade some of these items on my alts, will get a discount on my main, and so it'll be more efficient to use these like we'll get a Valor Stone discount. Because the Valor Stone discount you basically get just from having a higher eye level on your alts, whereas on your whereas the crest discount you'll get from getting the achievements. And so basically the crest discount only happens once you have everything at a certain eye level, whereas with the Valor Stone, with the Valor Stones, it's just a matter of having the eye level, whereas for the crests, you need to actually unlock the achievement, which means you need to have everything above a certain eye level. Crafted don't count. I think they do. The thing is, I think they do because it's just tied to the achievement, right? Reach a high water mark of 610 in every slot. This is the text here is incorrect. It's 606 for the carved crests. And I would assume that someone would mention it here if it was crafted. But I think crafted gear does count. Because I believe crafted gear does count for the discount, right? If I had a crafted 636 item, I think all my alts would still get discounts for those slots. Because you're still gated. It's not like you can get an unlimited amount of eye level 636 items, right? Because you're limited by the sparks, you're limited by the crests. I mean, the Valor Stones are not capped on, so those you could technically just farm as many as you want. So the point is, I'm wondering if it makes sense to upgrade one of these items on one of my alts first to unlock the discount in Valor Stones for my main. So sort of working backwards almost. Let's see. What other slots do I need to upgrade? The gloves, well, she doesn't have good enough gloves to upgrade. Presumably I could do it for rings. All right, let's do some quick math here. 145 for the chest, right, which we have to get to 606. The gloves is another 120. And then each of the rings is another 75. Well, sorry, the rings and the boots. The question becomes, are the boots that we get from the rep vendor more of an upgrade? Because then we want to upgrade those instead. Then we'd rather just upgrade those right away. All right, let's fly over to screw it. You know what? Let's just never mind. We're just gonna upgrade everything to 606, unlock the achievement, and then we'll sort out our gems and enchants real quick, and then we'll take both of our characters over and do Awakening the Machine. And like I said, the reason we're doing Awakening the Machine is actually gold related, or gold making related rather, because of the fact that it will. That's our main source. Well, not that's our main. That's the only way that we get that. Wait, why didn't we get the achievement? Oh, we didn't do the chest yet. All right, let's upgrade our chest. Okay, that's weird. That's weird. So hopefully upgrading this item should unlock the achievement. There we go, Harbinger of the Carved. There we go. All right, so now we can trade in our carved crests for runed crests, which is pretty dope. I mean, we need 90 of the carved crests, right? But we can upgrade those, and also our alts now should get a discount on anything that uses carved crests to upgrade. So I think that's basically like on this. No, this uses runed crests. What else uses carved crests? That's also runed crests. This is using weathered crests. But I think later on, yep, there we go. See, we get a 33% discount on any carved crest upgrades on our alts, which is pretty sick. I don't think, I think don't count you get achievement when you actually upgrade items with crest. Wait, what? Sorry, Legendarism. I may just be being dumb, but I'm not entirely certain what you mean by that. I think don't count you get achievement when you actually upgrade items with crest. Oh, I think you're saying you only get the achievement when you actually upgrade items with crests. I mean, I just got the achievement, but admittedly, yeah, I did upgrade everything with crests. So, yeah, but I think the crafted gear counts as well. Crafted gear doesn't count. You already got the achievement. Well, yeah, because I upgraded everything with crest. I don't have any crafted gear on any of my alts. I have on any of my characters. I haven't used my sparks, which is dumb. I think, honestly, it's because of the fact that I'm cheap with my Valor Stones. I feel like I always want to use my Valor Stones to upgrade items, whereas I don't think that's actually the best use of them. I think probably using them for sparks is the better move. What's up, CLS on YouTube? Maybe wait for Vault reset tomorrow and see if you get anything in those slots. Yeah, that would be the smart move. But my thinking is that right now I want to blow up my I need to finish off my Vault slots. And so I'm literally just trying to find anything that can upgrade my item level to make the Zekvir. I need to do 2 Zekvir kills, basically. Right? Well, I'm trying to figure... It says 6 out of 8. But I think basically the point is that I need to... What Tomcat's tours add-on here, which, by the way, Tomcat's add-ons, if you haven't gotten these, they're all lit, right? They're all amazing. I can't recommend any of them highly enough. They're all great, but this was... I was trying to find a weak aura to do this for me that would tell me how many delves I've actually run at tier 8 or higher. So I think technically to unlock this last slot, I'd have to kill Zekvir 4 times. Or run 4 tier 8 tier 8 delves, technically. I would want to run Bountiful because of the fact that I have coffer keys. But I guess I could get away with just running tier 8 non-Bountiful delves as well if I wanted to. But yeah, I mean, the smart move is definitely waiting till tomorrow and seeing what I get from the vault, and then, and then using up my crests and things like that. But like I said, I'm just trying to... my goal right now is to try and boost my stats as much as possible in order to make doing the weekly tasks that I still have left, which are basically I need to grab one more key, which we'll get by doing Awakening the Machine, which we need to do anyway. And then I need to do Awakening the Machine to try and get the enchanting recipe, right? That's how I'm going to classify this as gold making. And I need to run one more delve to get the free piece of champion gear from the weekly event. From the weekend event, I guess. This one, the 4 out of 5 delves completed at any tier. And in saying that, I'm realizing that I was kind of a moron because I believe, WoW had an article out saying that basically the quest to run 3 delves that comes from the weekly event was repeatable daily. Now, it seems to me like that would be a bug, and if it was a bug, it does actually seem like the kind of thing that is completely Blizzard's fault, but that they would still give you a little ban for, right? Or as someone in the Wowhead comments put it, would earn you a vacation from WoW. Which I think is a great way of reframing a ban. I found that hilarious. Because let's be honest, a 3-day ban is kind of just a vacation from playing WoW for a bit, which I think we can all use on some level. But okay, it looks like the quest isn't available to me, so I think that was just a bug. Hopefully Blizzard didn't ban anyone for it, because it was... usually I'm not a fan of them not punishing people for exploiting. But in this case, again, for me the line is always, is this something that you could do on accident just by playing the game the way that you normally would? And I think having that quest pop up multiple times falls under that definition for me. I feel like if you didn't know that it was a bug, then there is a universe in which you could think that was genuinely what you're supposed to do. And so I would feel bad if Blizzard was banning people for that. Vaskarn has sent us a mail. Let's see what that mail has. Oh, more Valor Stones. Heck yeah. Okay. I mean, I don't think it's a huge amount, but it's, 75 Valor Stones? Or was it? Oh, 100 Valor Stones. Not bad. Not bad. I think that was because we unlocked the achievement. Probably right. Let's see. Did my alt get it as well? We didn't do a mailbox opening on Friday's stream, so we will do a mailbox opening later on today's stream. And I think we have 4 or 5 million gold in on my main bank on this chick. Oh, you know what? I also didn't do a repost. All right, let's do a quick little repost. Cause yeah, I mean, I've been slacking on my gold making stuff over the weekend just because I was doing RL stuff. And again, folks, never regret the fact that you didn't get anything in that you missed doing something in World of Warcraft because you were busy doing things in real life. All right. Real life should always come first. Oh, gee, I have no auctions posted right now. Okay, yeah. Alleged World of Warcraft gold maker, the Adrel show. Yeah, this is just me being way too comfortable with how much gold I have. And I shouldn't be, because we said that we're going to target hitting 40 million gold. I think we said by the end of this week. If you're watching live and you remember me saying that, did we say the end of this week or the end of next week? But I think realistically we could probably target, if I wanted to actually challenge myself, targeting hitting 40 million gold by the end of this week would be the move, right? We're sitting at 35.5 million gold. We hit 37.5, and I think we even hit 38 million gold. I don't fully remember, a couple days ago. And it's entirely possible to hit, to earn another 2 million gold by the end of this week. If for no other reason than that this week is a Spark week, it's a what do you call it? It's a Catalyst Charge week. And then also, of course, we have the Vault as every week. So tomorrow alone, hitting 2 million gold in profit wouldn't be unreachable, or unreasonable, rather. Boom, already making sales. There we go. But yeah, I mean, this is our mailbox right here. I would be surprised if we have anything less than about 4 million gold. I think at the very least 3 million gold, because our first mailbox is 1.7 million, and then we have 202 mails in all. Should we do the mailbox opening now? If you're watching live, let me know in chat. Should we do the mailbox opening now, or should we do it later on in the stream? I suppose there's no reason to wait with it, because I'm not planning on doing a bunch of crafting on this stream. Usually, you know what? I think we have a good enough amount of people in chat. That's so much gold. Thank you, Silas. Yeah, man. I guess the thing is, and I know chat sometimes gives me crap for this because I'm always downplaying how much gold I have, and I think it's just because of the fact that I'm I'm constantly watching creators who have, well, actually not constantly. K-Chak is probably the only player that I know for a fact has more gold than I do. Although I think I would be surprised if Zanzerful or some of the other creators don't have them either. You're struggling with 40K? Well, watch the stream. watch some of the VODs. I need to actually edit down my... I always feel bad asking people to watch the VODs because I'm like, it's 4 hours, and realistically, I would be very proud of myself if there was at least an hour of useful gold making content in there. I think it's more than that, in all honesty. I think I'm just being a little bit more... I think I'm being overly humble, but I don't think that's a bad thing. But yeah, I mean, I would say watch some of the other streams. This stream, we will also cover some gold making stuff. We cover gold making stuff on every stream, even when I'm not trying to. I just spent so much of my time in this game making gold that most of what I'm doing is gold making related in some way or the other. Even when we're running delves, like I said, I mean, the main reason I'm running delves is to get my eye level up so that I can have an easier time farming the other things that I would want to farm for gold, like Awakening the Machine for the recipes. Yeah, what else am I running for gold? What other content would I run for gold making? Yeah, I mean, I think that's primarily it. I guess the delves also, profane tinderboxes are kind of nice. But I mean, that said, we were looking earlier and I've spent... Lord, where is it? Where's it? Do we have a profane tinderbox in this guy's inventory? In this chick's inventory? No, we don't. Yeah, we were looking here. I've spent 3 million gold on profane tinderboxes. So... And that's to buy 376 of them. And this is, keep in mind, this is Trade Skill Master, which isn't even accurately capturing everything. So realistically, the number is probably even higher than this. And there's no universe in which I could farm up 376 profane tinderboxes, right? So yeah, I mean, that's why I'm less of a fan of farming, because I keep in mind all of those profane tinderboxes that I've bought aren't to craft anything for my own characters. My main here doesn't have any enchants on anything. And where I do have enchants, they're just the cheap enchants or rank 1 or rank 2 enchants. I mean, this is a hero track weapon that I grabbed, and even on this I put a rank 2 enchant on, right? I'm cheap when it comes to enchants and gear and stuff, just because I don't spend all that much time. All right, let me catch up on chat. Illumin Moo. Am I saying that correctly? Illuminmu confirmed. I've just joined for the first time. What do I typically do to make this quantity of gold? So a bunch of different things. I'm not gonna lie. Primarily, well, wait. Let's swap back here. This is my main banker, and we can just look over what she's sold so far. You know what? Let's go ahead and do the mailbox opening now. What's up, Bipolar Taco? Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Welcome back. Always love to have you joining us. You believe in me? I can farm all the tinder boxes if I want. I mean, yeah, I can, but. Is it worth 3 million gold? Because the thing is, I've made profit off of those, right? All of the profane tinderboxes I've bought, I think that was the point I was trying to make before I got distracted, as I always do. I've made more than 3 million gold off of these profane tinderboxes, right? So that's why I'm always like, I'd rather spend that time crafting or figuring out better markets, right? Figuring out different builds and things like that, than farming the tinderboxes myself. I'd rather just pay someone to do the farming for me and take the profits off the top. But okay, Illuminmu? I guess I'm getting tripped up by your name because I'm wondering if it's pronounced like aluminum or aluminium, right? Whichever pronunciation you go with. I'm wondering if it's pronounced closer to that. Illuminmu. Illuminmu? Is that the thing? Illuminmu? Okay, anyway, let me know in chat, Illuminmu, if I'm pronouncing it correctly or if you want me to pronounce it a different way. But what do I typically do to make this quantity of gold? I mean, on this character, primarily enchants. You'll see here, it's there's a bunch of enchants, right? This is just one mailbox, so this isn't everything that I sell. And this chick, this banker of mine, only does region-wide auction house stuff. So consumables primarily. Yeah, I do have other bankers that do profession equipment. I have one other banker that does a profession equipment and profession equipment, leveling gear, PvP gear, that kind of thing, right? All the crafted stuff that goes on the server-specific auction house, I would say. And then I have a bunch of level 10 alts spread out across a bunch of different servers for cross-realm trading, where I craft things on my home realm, which is Illidan, North America, which is one of the fullest pop servers, and then I sell them on other servers. Again, super easy to set up. If you check out one of my VODs, I give an overview of how to set that up and best practices and things like that. I do need to edit them down, and I've been saying this for weeks, but I will actually get around to it this week. This week I'm actually going to spend some time editing and putting together shorter videos, so it's easier for people to like refer people to those things. But primarily on my main banker and this chick who's bringing in a lot of gold, it's enchants do a lot of gold for me. I started getting into jewel crafting reagents this week. So that's brought in a little bit of gold. Things like armor kits, spell threads, right? Some of the, I mean, this was a concentration craft, the rare concentration craft. I've not been doing a lot of concentration crafts. Most of my characters are almost always capped on concentration, which is not a good thing. I'm not saying you should do this. If you're trying to make gold, use your concentration. Don't do what I'm doing. It's not a good move. I just am, A, I'm lazy, and B, I don't love using concentration. And so as a result, I don't end up doing it. And this is what I always say when it comes to gold making. If you're not enjoying doing something, it doesn't matter how efficient it is for gold making. You're probably not going to make that much gold with it, just because of the fact that if you're not enjoying it, you're not going to do it. And so one of two things will happen. Either you'll be like me and you just won't do it, or B, you will do it and then you will get burnt out on the game and quit, which is the lowest possible gold per hour. Yeah. Beyond that, I mean, you'll also see some other items in here that are maybe a little bit more interesting, actually, for some people, right? Things like the weapon stones, the tool stones, right? What else do we have in here? The embellishments, right? When those are profitable, I'll craft those. And all of these crafts are more or less, like I said, I'm not using concentration. They're guaranteed crafts. And you may be thinking, okay, that takes a lot of time and investment, right? You probably need to have a character like this that has, full skill, has a whole bunch of knowledge points that are saved up, and blue profession equipment. I would counter that. I mean, I don't have rank 5 profession equipment here, so this isn't fully min-maxed. But in a lot of cases, what I'm actually making gold on isn't selling the guaranteed rank 3s. Because I think people see these builds sometimes and you think, okay, with rank 3, obviously what I'm doing is I'm crafting rank 3 guaranteed, right, min-maxed to the extreme, right? We've got all the knowledge points spent, and so as a result, on paper, this character is fully optimized to craft rank 3 weapon enchants. But that's not what's going to make me gold. Instead, what will make me gold is just crafting the rank 2 enchants super cheap, right? And so we'll do a quick little scan here, and I'll show you what I mean. Let's check this box here instead, and you will see that actually the main things that will earn me gold, okay, bad example in this case, although not a terrible example, because again, here, this is in some ways a kind of good example. Mainly because these tool enchants aren't actually that hard to compete in. Because of the fact that the recipe for this costs Artisan's Acuity means that there's not that many people doing it. And so as a result, you're able to compete a lot better. And so what I would say is for a lot of these things, look at things that you don't think have a lot of gold. Move away from the pack is sort of my one best my one best piece of advice for making gold in the War Within is do what no one else is doing. If you see a YouTube guide for it, avoid that thing, right? If you see a YouTube guide for a certain build, that probably means that there's very little gold left in it. That's my general rule of thumb. And it's simply because of the fact that, not because I think other content creators are recommending bad builds. I think what just tends to happen is that once it's hit YouTube, there's thousands of people who are seeing that build. Luckily with a channel like mine, I don't get good amounts of views, so things that I push get less saturated. Which is to say, please like and subscribe and do all the things. Oh, thank you so much for the sub, Steelers, on YouTube. Thank you. Very much appreciate that. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if anyone's covered these tool enchants on YouTube, but because of the fact that you have to spend Artisan's Acuity to get the recipes, most people have spent their Artisan's Acuity on things like their profession equipment or on buying the knowledge point books and not on the recipes. And so as a result, most of the recipes that you buy with Artisan's Acuity have pretty decent margins on them, right? You can see here as well, this one, the finesse, right? And again, the other thing is one of my other taglines is sort of, you'll make the most gold in a gold rush by selling pickaxes and shovels way more than you will by actually panning for gold yourself. And what I mean by that is sell things that will, on paper, help other people make gold. Because here's the thing, for gear, people may cheap out a bit, right? People like me, I care about having decent enough gear, but not enough that I would spend stupid amounts of gold on it. The thing that I will spend a lot of gold on is anything that can make me more gold, because those I view as an investment. And so as a result, I'm a lot more willing to spend gold on it, right? And that's the same for everyone. If I was to buy a crit enchant, that is only a cost, right? Let's say I buy a rank 3 enchant to give my boots more crit. I don't think that's an actual enchant that exists. Screw it. A ring enchant that'll give me more crit, right? I'm not going to spend that much gold on it just because of the fact that A, I think I may upgrade at some point. B, okay, I know there are a lot of people who are out there who are parsers, and so they would be willing to spend a lot more, right? But here's the thing. If I had the choice, and again, I don't represent the majority of the market, so this is probably a bad analogy that's falling apart as I'm going. But my point is, if someone's going to buy a finesse enchant, right, they're more willing to spend on a rank 3 finesse enchant simply because of the fact that they expect them to make more gold, right? Finesse gives you more of a material when you're farming. And so as a result, you're willing to spend a lot more simply because of the fact that this is something that's going to make you back gold over time. And so if you overspend on it, you'll just have to farm a couple, maybe an hour more to pay off the enchant, and then it will make you more gold for the rest of the expansion, right? And it's the same thing with all these things, with profession equipment, with profession stones, right? The stones that give you bonus stats to your profession tool, right? The potions, the flasks that give you more crafting stats, people will be willing to spend a lot more on those. And so I would say my general advice, if you're looking to make more gold, and I say this on every stream, is craft profession equipment. The green profession equipment is so OP, and it's so easy to get a crafter set up, right? This chick isn't even optimized for profession equipment, and she's still able to craft, okay, never mind. She's not able to craft the rank 5s on this super cheap. So you'd have to probably spend a little bit of knowledge points, but realistically, this chick could use a finishing reagent and probably still make a decent bit of gold on some of this profession equipment. The absolute simplest one to craft, the simplest market to get into by far is the green tailoring profession equipment. If you don't have a character with this build, please, I implore you, get a character set up to do this. I have one on another character who's optimized for this, and this is my absolute favorite build. The easiest build to get done is get a tailor and go heavy into, put all of your points, put like 5 points into Threads of Devotion. You don't need to put any points into Weathering Wear to begin with, and then max out hats. All right. And then all that's going to allow you to do is, I think already with that, you should be able to already guarantee rank 5 craft. Yeah, here we go. Rank 5 crafts on all of the profession hats, right? The green profession hats, you'll be able to guarantee with using rank 2 materials. So pretty cheap to craft as well, right? About 190 gold to craft this up. And on a server like Illidan, which is the highest pop Northern American realm, or, you know, it's in the top 2. It keeps swapping around as from day to day. And this is still selling at a 101% profit. If you take this over to other realms, you can easily sell this for 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 gold. And these sell like hotcakes because everyone's setting up alts with concentration builds or whatever they're doing, right? I mean, this item's even better, right? The Alchemist robe, because everyone and their mother is doing the alchemy concentration builds right now. No one is doing these builds instead. Heck, I'm optimized for this. I'm telling you how much gold there is in this, and I still don't stay on top of posting my auctions for this. So yeah, the easiest way to get into gold making right now, I've said it 1,001 times, and I'll continue to say it. Tailoring is by far the best profession for gold making right now. Super cheap to level up. Patron orders are super cheap, right? Mats are super cheap, so it's super cheap to invest in to make gold as well. And yeah, this profession equipment build is still cash money and will be for the rest of the expansion. Because how many other people watch this video or take my advice, there will still be more people out there who are doing profession builds on other people, on other alts, who are doing concentration builds on alts. Ooh, we should probably take a break in a second here because I'm starting to mince my words. It's a play on. Sorry, I should probably catch up on chat. I've been ranting. It's a play on words for the Illuminati, and it's about 9 years old, so you don't care how it's pronounced. Okay, fair enough. You do blacksmithing, but you find that you just cannot profit if you buy the tinderboxes / nullstones and you're spec to make them, etc. Well, what are you making? Are you making the weapon stones? Because that's being one of my bigger gold makers for blacksmithing. But that said, it is on a character that is fairly min-maxed and does have like all of their blue profession equipment and stuff like that, so I'm guaranteeing rank 3s. But I made a good amount of gold with the rank 2 weapon stones as well. TechDex, welcome to the chat. How's it going? I saw you dropped a follow earlier. Thanks again for that. You feel like as a returning player, the profession system makes you feel stupid? Oh no, yeah. I think Blizzard. I think as much as I love the profession system, I don't think Blizzard did a great job of explaining how it works, right? And I think that's not great. I did. On one of my streams, I did actually cover, not to plug myself, but just because I think the system is a little bit more complicated than it should be, and as a result, I think unfortunately, like with a lot of things in WoW, you do need to go outside of the game to find, the best information about how to do things in the game. But what I will do is I'll drop a little link to one of my previous streams where I actually did like a Professions 101 guide. And the reason I'll refer you to that is because I think I managed to actually do a somewhat decent job of explaining how the profession system works and what the different stats and things mean. I would love your feedback if you do actually watch it. I would love your feedback on whether or not you think this is actually helpful. Let me try and see if I can link it to you with the timestamp, because it's a 4-hour stream and I'm not going to ask you to watch a full 4-hour stream to just get to that section. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to find the timestamp just so I can link you directly to that part of the video. I have it written down somewhere. Give me 1 second. But okay, you know what? I was saying we're going to take a quick little break in a second here. Anyway, so while I'm on break, I'll find the exact timestamp and link you to that. But I think hopefully that should help a lot. That explains the different stats that you need to worry about, where you get them from, what they mean, and how you want to optimize them, depending on what you're trying to craft. And I think that should hopefully be a good starting point for most people who don't fully understand the profession system. Yeah. So I'll link that right after the break. Meanwhile, you spent 25k on your weapon. Yeah, like I said, I'm not a good example because I don't really care that much about parses or doing a lot of DPS. I'm mainly just obsessed with gold making. Scanning knife is showing you a profit, like a 4k profit, and you're barely set up for it. Exactly, man. That's what I'm saying. The profession equipment is cash money. It also has a great farm if you like to do that too. Wait, what has a great farm? The profession tool? Or the skinning knife? Oh, yeah, I think I remember seeing that. Illuminamu, you're saying, do you recommend making gold through old content? Look, I think there's a bunch of gold that you can make through old content, and I think there's also some really fun ways of doing it, right? If you enjoy running old dungeons, transmog is always going to be an evergreen market. It's a very slow market and can be a bit frustrating, and I don't think it's necessarily, I don't think I could fairly say is a good use of your time for gold making. So I wouldn't really recommend that. I think you can make good gold through old content. I just don't know that I could recommend it, right? There's a bunch of different things that you could do. And if you enjoy doing old content, I would recommend doing it. My number one recommendation for gold making is always do something that you enjoy doing, because then you'll actually do it, right? If you're not having fun doing the thing, it doesn't matter how optimal the farm is. It doesn't matter how optimal the build is. It doesn't matter how optimal any of the things are, right? You're not going to do it. And so it's not going to be a good gold farm. I think, yeah, if you enjoy doing old content, I think transmog farming is great. Transmog crafting is great as well. I usually, outside of current expansion stuff, or when we start to see a lull in current content stuff, that's where I go to, right? Is crafting old world transmog, old expansion transmog, and that's made me probably the most, not the most gold. I was going to say the most gold of anything, but probably second only to current world content is transmog. Beyond that, I think there's also fun things you can do if you enjoy farming mounts, right? Farm mounts, farm some of the BOE mounts. If you enjoy figuring out how to get more difficult mounts, I mean, just as an example, I paid someone 200,000 gold to just walk me through the quests required to get this mount, the Hand of Nilgan mount. Now, this was before they just gave everyone this mount on the trading post. And I kind of figured that they would do that because of the fact that I got this mount like 2 weeks ago. And so I kind of figured that they would give everyone this mount, right? But this is a fairly complicated mount to get. Not complicated because it's difficult. It's just there's a lot of steps involved. And I was too lazy to read the different Wowhead pages and to like go through and figure out all the whole thing. So I paid someone 200,000 gold to spend literally half an hour taking me through the quest. And all he did was he had a passenger mount. I would hop on the mount. He would take me to the thing. I'd turn in the quest. And I'd hop back on his mount and he'd take me to the new thing. And I paid him 200 grand for that. And that was 200 grand for like maybe 20 or 30 minutes. He was just advertising in trade chat and I happened to see his message. So, I mean, things like that are great little old world mounts, are great little old world sources of gold that you can sort of find that could be fun if you enjoy doing old content, right? And there's no cost to that. You're spending 20 minutes of your time. And if you already know how to do the mount, then it's that much easier. Oh, thank you, Bipolar Talker. You're saying that you're right here. You're right there with Tech Dex, and that watching the stream has helped a lot. I really appreciate that. I'm happy to hear that, too. Wish you had started sooner and could have saved a bunch of knowledge points not going into alloys too much. Yeah, I mean, the thing is with alloys, I think there's probably still a good bit of gold in there. But again, I was tempted to go into it, and then I saw a bunch of different YouTube videos about it. And like I said, my general rule of thumb is once I start to see YouTube videos for a certain build, I sort of start to lean out a bit because I'm like, okay, that probably means that there's going to be a bunch of competition in there. Ironically enough, I feel like with YouTube videos, there's a sweet spot. If you see a video that's being released either in the last day or two, or like I'd say up to maybe 2 weeks, right? Any video that you've seen in the past 2 weeks, like released in the past 2 weeks, you're probably not going to be able to make gold with it. If it's older than maybe like a month or two, realistically, the older a video is probably when you're going to make more gold with that, because most people who have watched that video have tried it, failed with it, and given up on it, and so then the margins start to come back. But yeah, that's my little trick for that. But that's why so much of my content, I focus more on showing people how to come up with builds or how I'm coming up with these builds as opposed to recommending specific builds. Because I think any build that I recommend, there's probably at least a couple of other people who are trying the exact same thing. And so therefore the margins are going to naturally start to wane a little bit on it. I think I'm luckily well, for better or for worse, I'm a small enough content creator that probably there's not that many people doing it. So you can probably hopefully still make a decent bit of gold. But yeah, weapons your BIS, so you're not too mad about it. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, 25K for your BIS is not bad, right? Oh, tailoring farms? Yeah, I mean, tailoring, I've ranted about this many, many different times, but there's 1,000,001 reasons why tailoring is the absolute BIS profession in my mind for this expansion, especially for ease of accessibility. It's probably the profession that I've made the second most amount of gold with. I think enchanting is still where I've made the bulk of my gold this expansion. But tailoring is definitely a very close second. And enchanting, I just wouldn't recommend because I don't think it's a very high effort thing, and the margins are very slim. So you need to have a lot of capital in order to make a good amount of gold, and you do always run the risk of losing a lot of gold. I've made the most gold with enchanting, but I've probably also lost the most gold with enchanting, and that's simply because of the fact that I bought the mats day one, let's say, and by day two the mat price alone for that enchant collapsed, and so I had to sell those enchants at what on paper would be a loss, because I probably spent a couple hundred gold, let's say, for rank 3 dust, and now the price of that, and by the time I sold the enchant, the rank 3 dust was like 100, 150, 170, 200 gold, whatever it is, a lot less than I paid for it at the time. So on paper, it's still a profit, but realistically, it's actually, I made a loss on that just because the enchanting materials itself lost value. Whereas tailoring, you have a lot less of fluctuations in the price of the mats, and so as a result, you're good. What's the spec to go for alchemy money making? Check out Friday stream. Friday we did like an alchemapalooza is what I called it, and I basically went through leveled up some. Well, I gathered all the knowledge points from scratch. We figured out how many knowledge points you can get on a fresh alchemists, and then I went through about, I think, 4 different builds that were, none of which were concentration builds. All of those characters were completely guaranteed craft builds, which is how I like to make my gold. I'm not a fan of the concentration builds, mainly because of the fact that I'm too lazy to log on to a bunch of alts and use up their concentration, which again is not to say that they're bad builds. I think concentration builds can be amazing and are a great way to make gold, especially if you have an alt army. I just don't do it, and so I prefer doing guaranteed craft builds. And also because of the fact that I think if you're interested in a concentration build, there's 1,000,001 content creators out there that you can go check out to find good concentration builds. For me, I don't do concentration builds, and so I don't think I'm the right person to, share concentration builds. If you guys are interested, let me know in chat, and I'll be happy to share some of the concentration builds that I think work particularly well. But by and large, that's why I haven't really spent too much time covering them, just because I'm not doing them, and I don't want to tell you guys a bunch of builds that are really good for concentration when I'm not using them myself, because there's probably things that I'm gonna miss or get wrong. So yeah. Your first alt is going to be a tailor. Good stuff. Yes, I'm glad you're I'm glad you're listening to me. I'm telling you, tailoring is OP for gold making. Especially that profession equipment build, man. It's cash money. Because not only are you able to craft the profession equipment, right? By going basically hats or robes. I would say go hats first, because there's more profession equipment that are hats than there are robes, but definitely get robes after a while. But in this build, tailoring is unique in that you don't have a dedicated tree for profession equipment. You just go into the hat build. So in doing that build, not only can you do the profession equipment hats, you can also do the leveling gear hats, or the fresh level 80 hats. These do sell. I know a lot of people are skeptical, but they do sell. They're only eye level 558, but guess what? A lot of people hit level 80 after doing delves or whatever it is, and they just want enough eye level to get into heroics or into LFR or whatever it is, and so they will buy this gear. This does sell. Third of all, you can also do the crafted PvP gear, and check out my other streams to see how to get those recipes super cheap, right? This PvP gear also does sell. The rank 5 sell, right? People hit level 80 on an alt, and they wanna queue up for rated battlegrounds or whatever the things are, and so having eye level 606 gear that they can get for PvP is lit. Plus, they need to buy this at some point anyway, because guess what? When they get these higher level crests, they're going to need to have this crafted anyway, so they may as well buy the eye level 558 version and then just get crafting orders once they unlock the other heraldries for the epic version or the blue version. And if they want to throw embellishments on here, they can do that as well. And so going this build also allows you to craft those. What else does it allow you to do? I feel like there's something else I'm missing. Yeah, crafting orders. You'll also unlock the epic spark gear, and so you can probably also snag some crafting orders from trade chat, or if you download the craft scan add-on that I know I've spent some time covering on stream as well, you'll be able to get crafting orders for this as well. So this build is absolute gold. It's absolute cash money, and again, I don't think it's one that can really get saturated. So if all of us are playing on Illidan, which, let's be honest, there's a good chance that we are, it'll get a little bit more competitive, but I don't think it'll get saturated, because it's just, there's so many different ways you can go with it, and there's so many different things you can do with it, that you're almost guaranteed to not have wasted those knowledge points, whatever goes wrong. Yeah. You're down 4K on your alloy test. Damn, man. I'm sorry to hear that. Your first alt is going to be technically good for passive is gold making for people who don't want a full-time gold. Exactly. It's great, man. Bags are competitive, but an option too. Yeah, I was honestly surprised. We were checking this out on stream the other day. The Weaver Cloth bags are stupidly profitable. And this chick isn't even optimized for it. I should probably craft more of these, to be honest. But yeah, you can make a solid like 30-40% margin on these without even having a single point in resourcefulness. Usually what you'd want to do for bags is just stack as much resourcefulness as is humanly possible. And usually it's very competitive. All right, I need to take a quick break because I feel a fever starting to come on again, unfortunately, and I need to mess with my air conditioner. So we'll take a quick little break and then we'll come back and do our mailbox opening and then we'll get back to our delves. And then we you know what? We'll actually spend some time crafting tailoring today. Or no, we need to finish our chores for today's stream, but we'll talk a bit more about tailoring when we come back. All right. So see you guys in a few, and I'll drop a link to the crafting stats 101 video that I did once we're back from break as well. I'll take the break to find that timestamp for you. All right. See you guys in a few. All right, gang, we are back. I'm so sorry for the extended break. Unfortunately, just got a little bit dizzy, so I needed to lie down for a couple of minutes. Not sure what's going on. As a parent, unfortunately, my allergies do not seem to be wanting to get better. Definitely gotta go see the doctor again for like the fourth time in like 2 weeks. But hey, it is what it is. All right, so we're back. We'll do the mailbox opening in a little bit. I feel like I don't quite have the energy to do it justice right now. Should we attempt Zekvir? I'm trying to figure out what the like the least heck. All right, let's figure out our gearing. I dropped the link in chat, by the way, to the crafting stat guide that I mentioned with the timestamp there. So hopefully that makes it a little bit easier because it is a pretty long stream. But I know that a couple of people who watched the stream live were saying that it really helped them understand what the different crafting stats are, what they all mean, how you get more of them, what they impact, and how you figure out what they're worth and things like that. So hopefully that helps anyone who's struggling with understanding the new profession system. Yeah, but again, let me know. Let me know in the comments if you do end up checking out the video. Do drop a comment. Let me know. Is it helpful? I am planning on editing that down at some point, just so that it's easier for me to link people to it, and so that we edit out some of the the ahs and maybe some of the less helpful parts of that. But we're back. Hopefully, I don't faint at any point during the stream. And I promise that's not just me trying to be dramatic. If I gotta go early to take care of myself, do that. Yeah, I mean that's what my wife is saying. But no, I think I'm gonna try and push through a little bit, and we'll see. Yeah. I'm trying my best to stick to this Monday, Wednesday, Friday schedule as much as possible, and so I'm hesitant to end any of the streams any earlier than I need to, and I'm also worried that if I just lie around trying to get better, it's gonna take me longer. Whereas like if I'm actually distracting myself and doing things, my hope is that it may help me get better a little bit sooner. I don't know. Let's see. We'll see how we're going. But please do bear with me if I'm a little bit more out of it than usual, which may be tough. Because Lord knows I end up being out of it quite a bit of the time. Anyway, I feel like... Oh, thank you, TechDex as well. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'll see how I'm going. I had a little bit of a snack, right? Took some meds. Hopefully we're doing okay. But if I am starting to struggle, then yeah, I will end the stream early, unfortunately. Happy to see that I have your guys' support to do that, though. But okay, so we were saying that we were going to do the Ask Mr. Robot stuff for my main here. And basically Ask Mr. Robot is just an add-on that I use a good bit, but I don't know if a lot of other people use it. It's basically just makes it very easy to figure out what stats you need and things like that. I'll give them a little bit of a plug. Yeah, so basically this is the website. You have an add-on that you download. It'll scan all of your gear. The first time you use it, you want to open up your bank and stuff like that as well, so it can see what gear you have there. But basically, then you'll export you'll copy and paste this export string from their add-on and paste it into their website. Now, I think you do need a premium account for this, but they do have a free trial. And yeah, so you can use that the first time. And basically it has a bunch of different little windows here. It has one called the best in bags, which will just tell you what gear you have that's best in your bags. But the feature that I end up using a lot more is this one here, the upgrade finder. And basically you can filter out, what sorts of content you're willing to run, and it'll tell you which of those items represent the biggest upgrade. Similarly, it can guide you for your Great Vault, your Catalyst charges, as well as for your crests, where the best use of each of your crests is. So for instance, for me, I'm best off using my crests and my Valor Stones on my main hand weapon, which makes sense, right? I knew that ahead of the upgrades we did earlier, but I wanted to hit 606 so that we got the achievement and unlock the ability to upgrade things with crests. But okay, I think the next thing we need to do now, beyond all of this other stuff, is basically I think essentially we want to figure out our gems and our enchants, right? And so, funnily enough, it's... Okay, there we go. It's recommending an epic gem here. Why do I have bone carved circlet? Okay, so it's saying that actually the ring that I have that's a lower eye level but has a socket is actually going to be better than this ring, even though this ring's got better stats on it. And I think that's just because pawn is probably not accounting for the socket, right? Okay. So let's say we do that. I need to... So I actually learned the epic gem recipes on my jewel crafter, even though I've not spent a single point into... oh, geez. Craft sim is extra convoluted today. Yeah, I learned the epic gem recipes on this character, even though they're not spec'd at all for gem crafting, just because of the fact that I thought I'd craft them for myself and use up some concentration there. Where is... Yeah, we have all of the epic gem recipes learned here. And I know that crit is technically supposed to be the highest DPS one, but I like movement speed. So that's what we're going to do instead. We're going to use the epic movement speed gem. And I bought myself a socket for my for the hero track belt that I have. So I think this is where we're going to slot this in. And we may as well go with the rank 3 if we're able to get it cheap enough, just because I think this is probably going to be my BIS for the season, right? I doubt I'm going to be in a situation to upgrade this any further. At most, I'll probably throw a catalyst charge on here, maybe. The only question becomes, am I willing to spend 3,000 gold on it? And realistically, the answer is probably not. I think I'm probably just going to buy a rank 2 version of this instead of actually using up my concentration. Because the cheapest I could craft this at rank 3 for would basically be around 3,000 gold, which I don't know that I want to spend that much. Like I said, I'm cheap. All right, let's do the auctionator scan while we wait. What's this chick up to? Let's see how much she sold since we started the stream. About 42,000 gold. Not too bad. Especially considering I haven't crafted in like days, right? Yeah, we have barely anything in the auction house. We have no enchants. And I think that's also because of the fact that I probably need to revisit these the groups for these. Because I think probably the enchants that I do have in stock, the minimum price that I'm willing to sell them at is probably too high, because I think enchanting mats have probably dropped further since we created those groups. And I think we need to do an auctionator scan on here as well. I'm not gonna lie, I find the auctionator scans kind of boring, but auctionator does seem to give me better numbers, or more usable numbers at least, than Trade Skill Master for now. I think we are at the point of the expansion where the prices are stable enough for everything that that Trade Skill Master numbers are reliable. The only issue is that Trade Skill Master has much less pretty numbers, right? Just as an example, I mean, on this we can craft... Yo, can we... Okay, never mind. No, we can't craft the rank 2s profitably. Is that right? Yeah, I'm just thinking here, because we're only getting about 2 gold per point of concentration here. And so I'm almost certain that there's going to be something else that we could use up the concentration on for a much higher concentration value. So I don't think it's going to make sense for us to use concentration on... Let's see, optimize reagents, and we'll do concentration value here. We'll check the concentration button here, and we'll uncheck the favorites because we're okay to spend it on whatever. Yeah, I mean, we could use it on gilded vials or decorative lenses for twice as much gold per concentration. So yeah, I think the move is that we just buy ourselves the epic gem, and then we use freaking... what do you call it? We use our concentration on something else that we sell for gold instead, and that'll more than pay for the epic gem. Heck, I mean, if we use it on this Masterful Onyx, not only do we get the first craft bonus, which will give us hope... I was going to say, so hopefully some Artisan's Acuity, but I think this is actually a trainer recipe, so I don't think we'll get any Artisan's Acuity from this, but we'll get the knowledge point, which is kind of nice. And that'll actually pay for our epic gem. All right, let's do it. Should we just do 2 of these? We have the concentration for it. And Lord knows I don't use enough. I mean, as I've been ranting, I don't use my concentration nearly enough. Because I'm always like, oh, what if I need concentration to like craft a profession equipment for one of my alts, right? Because this dude is built for like profession equipment. That's his main spec. And then because we had the knowledge points, we had 40 points in jewelry crafting. I decided to max out the rest of the jewelry stuff as well. And we've made a little bit of gold off of crafting orders for this. And then after that, every point I've just been putting into this reagent crafting trees, like into the reagent crafting trees, because there's been decent margins on those as well, which I was kind of surprised. I assumed I would need full blue profession equipment, right? Multi-craft build, the enchant, right? And max out the trees. But without any of that, I'm able to make a decent bit of profit on things like decorative lenses and inverted prisms, which I did not anticipate at all. I thought this would for sure be a gold loser, but no, look at that, right? We're making 62% profit margin, despite the fact that we've not maxed out the trees. We don't have the multi-craft tool, and we don't even have all of our blue profession equipment. The margins are still pretty good. So yeah, and this is all without concentration as well. So this is what I'm saying. These are the kinds of builds that I'm trying to prioritize, and that I think is where the majority of the gold making potential is. But again, that may just be my opinion. I don't know. How are you guys feeling about it? Are you guys enjoying the concentration builds instead? For me, I don't love the playstyle of logging between different alts, just because I know that anytime I hop onto a character, I remember like 20 different things that I want to do on that character. And so theoretically, all I should do is log onto that character, spend 5 minutes buying the mats and doing the concentration craft and then logging off of them. But I don't end up doing that. I log onto that character. I, will try and do all of their patron orders, get their weekly quests done. I may try crafting all of the stuff in bulk. And then if I'm lucky, I'll remember to use their concentration, which is why I've not focused on the concentration builds. But I mean, I know there is a good amount of gold to be made in, like, with those builds. How are you guys finding it? All right, anyways, coming back to this. I don't know, I'm in 2 minds. Should we just buy the rank 3 gem and be done with it? I'm not used to buying rank 3 consumables is the main thing. But I suppose if and when we do catalyze, if not this piece, right? Not only is this a hero piece, it's also got a socket and plus speed on it. So I think, you know what? I think I should overcome my resistance and just buy the rank 3 of this. All right. I don't know why I'm spending this much time obsessing over 4,000 gold. Because I wouldn't, if it was like a profession thing, I probably wouldn't spend nearly as much time thinking about this. Because of the fact that it's combat related, I'm wasting all this time. Anyway, I'm gonna chalk it up to the to the fever and just go ahead and slap that in there, right? Hero piece of gear. It's got speed. It's got. We even bought one of the little socket items. So if we're not gonna put in the best gem, good lord. All right. So that's how we're doing. Bis gem is now how I say bis gem. But anyways, socketed that in. We got a bit more movement speed, right? What are the other gems that we need? Let's see here. We'll buy probably rank 2 gems for everything else. We already have a versatility gem, and I think the second gem that it's going to recommend to us is haste. But it looks like mastery is also pretty useful, and I think technically for brewmaster, haste and mastery is still going to be bis. I have versatility. I don't have haste or mastery. So should we go haste? I know haste is goated for Windwalkers this season, which is a huge change, right? Haste was never a stat that Windwalkers ever focused on. I don't think any of the monk specs. Maybe Mistweave, but I've never played a Mistweaver, and I don't intend to play a Mistweaver anytime soon, because healing just confuses the life out of me. But okay, what's the second gem that we need? We need, I think should we go Mastery or Haste? I don't know which one would be the better one if we had to pick just one. I suppose we can do this based on pricing. Do we have the names here? Quick Onyx or Masterful Emerald? Shopping, Quick Emerald. Dude, rank 3s are freaking 4,600 gold. That's wild. Is it just me or is that stupidly expensive? Yeah, I don't want to spend that much. Quick Onyx or Masterful Emerald? Quick Onyx. Mastery and Haste. Versatile Amber. All right, so 1,100 gold. Can we craft those profitably? Oh, Masterful Onyx. Yeah, that's literally the one that we're trying to buy. And that's going to be our best use of concentration. All right, can I craft these at rank 2 profitably? Because then I'll just craft it for myself. We cannot, even at rank 2. Quick Onyx is the... Oh, we don't even have that recipe? Where do we get... Is that from the tree? We got to go into the tree to unlock that. All right, so what's actually the cheapest price that we can get either of these for? Masterful Emerald is the other one. 1,100 gold. Yeah, screw it. Let's do it. I just want to stop thinking about this. Where's our jet? Here we go. And this counts as a different color, right? So it'll give us more movement speed as well. Amber, and this counts as emerald. All right, so I think that's good. I think that should give us another 2% movement speed. 132% movement speed. There we go. That's what you'd like to see. At least I like to see. Presumably, I'd be better served by actually having crit, but it is what it is. Oh, I need to... Do I have any armor kits on my mage here that I haven't sold? Because okay, I guess I have this one. 620 agility or something. Yeah, screw it. Let's do one of these. I know there is like a Abyss armor kit that I could use that I should be using instead because it's hero tier, right? So I'm not gonna get anything much better than this, and so it's probably worth spending on the Abyss armor kit, but I can't be bothered to log over, and 1,200 gold is plenty to spend on one of these. I feel like. All right, let's hand over an armor kit. And so that's that enchant done. And then I have to enchant the rings. The rings, the chest enchants are stupidly expensive. And also I don't think I have tier chest yet. So there's a good chance that I replace that if I don't end up having to use one of my catalyst charges on it. Boom. All right. Ring enchants, let's just do them on the cheap. We have, and I think it'll probably be cheapest for me to just craft it for myself. They're champion pieces, so they're good, but they're not great, right? And so I don't know if I want to use up like a radiant enchant because those do have the profane tinderbox, which is a little bit rich for my blood. I suppose I could go with the cursed enchants, but these as well are like 2,000 gold. I think I'm just gonna use the cheap ring enchants and be happy with that. Haste and, well, we have verse on one. It looks like it is saying haste is the move. Although it's saying I need to do haste on both of them. Oh, where's my character screen? Back here. Is it the Whisper enchants? Which are the cheap ring enchants? Glimmering. Glimmering haste. Let's slap one of them. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, and then we need to do a boot enchant, but I think the issue with the boot enchant is that they also use the profane tinderbox. And I'm not certain that I'm going to hold on to these boots for any meaningful period of time because they're not tier. I'm not even sure if they're the best boots that I have access to because I think I can get better boots from the renowned vendor. So I think that's more or less it. I think we're done. Are we done? Yeah, because we're not doing the chest enchant and we're not doing the boot enchant. So I think we're good. I mean, I think realistically, probably we should, if we really wanted to min-max our gear, the move would be to grab, to actually get some spark gear. Because I think we can get that at like 616, right? But I can't be bothered to figure out what I want to use my sparks on, and I don't think I have enough Valor Stones to quite do everything. And I think we've spent enough of this stream on gearing, which usually we don't do any like actual endgame content on the Udrell show. So I think this is already pretty heavy. What level does the spark gear come out at? If you 597, and so I think we would need to use one of the enchanted crests, right? We'd have to use the rune crest that we can get for free from Renown or whatever. All right, let's port over to whatchamacallit and do Awakening the Machine because we got to do that. What's up? I see we have a bunch of people joining us on YouTube. Welcome in, everyone. If you're watching the YouTube live stream, drop a message in chat. Let me know how it's going. We are going to take a quick little break here because I do need to grab something to eat before I start to feel faint again. The last break bought us a little bit of time. But yeah, I'm just going to take a quick little break to get something in my stomach, which should hopefully help me feel a little bit better. But if you are watching live and you're enjoying the content, please consider dropping a sub. It really helps your boy out. If you're on Twitch, definitely consider Twitch subbing if at all possible. You don't need to do a paid sub if you don't want to. The Twitch Prime is more than enough, and it helps me out because I'm trying to replace the broken headset that we're rocking here. But if you're watching on YouTube, please consider subbing. Drop a like, drop a follow, comment, chat, right? Do all the things, please. It really helps your boy out. All right. I'm streaming through a fever and feeling like I'm about to faint at any moment right now. So I'm going to guilt you guys into it if I need to. But okay, let's take a quick little break. I'm going to grab a little bite to eat and then hopefully we'll come back and be more energetic on stream. All right. And we're going to do Awakening the Machine. We may do some more Zekvir's runs as well. And then we'll get back to all of our gold making stuff like we usually do. All right. So see you guys in a few. And again, if you haven't dropped a sub, please consider it, right? We're so close. We're on YouTube, I think we're at 98 subscribers. So we're 2 away from hitting 100, all right? So it would really help me out if you would consider dropping a sub. All right, see you guys in a few. All right, gang, we are back. Got a little snack in. Hopefully we're doing better on energy levels. What's up? How's it going? How's everyone doing? If you're watching live, drop a message in chat. Let me know that you're still here. All right, so now we're doing Awakening the Machine on 2 of my characters, mainly to get that enchanting. We've got an echo. That's not good. Thank you, Bipolar Taco. Welcome back to you too. So we are basically going to do Awakening the Machine on 2 of my characters to try and get that enchanting recipe. Because like I said, it's a license to print gold, for Christ's sake. It's just so profitable. Oh, and we maxed out our adventure guide as well. That was quick. I mean, admittedly, it's been 7 days into the week, into the month. Like we're a week into the new month. So it if not now, then when? All right, and does this everyday cash isn't going to give us a key, right? But we will get one from doing the Awakening the Machine event. And then is there any other quests that I need to do to get a cash? Are we good? Which recipe? It's this one here. It's the Strength Chest Enchant. And it's basically the reason it's so valuable is because of the fact that it's BOP. So you can't just buy it off the auction house. It's this one, the Oathsworn Strength. And like I was saying, you can craft this profitably at rank 1. You can craft it profitably at rank 2, right? With a lovely, lovely, nice high margin. I think the only thing is at rank 3, even if you're fully spec'd. Oh, never mind. Never mind. At rank 3 as well, 20% margin, right? This is the only enchant that, like, whatever rank you craft this at, you're going to make a profit on. And again, it's just because of the fact that it's buying on pickup. And so if you have any character that has enchanting, run Awakening the Machine. Do it every week. Stay on top of it. I've been saying to do it every week, and I've not been staying on top of it as much as I should. But don't do what I do. Do as I say, not as I do, as I always say. You can basically run it once per week. And what you need to do is you basically need to get through all 20 waves in one shot, so that you unlock all 4 chests. Basically, each 5 waves that you can do in one go, you unlock another chest. And so the only way you get all 4 chests is by doing all 4 waves of 5, all 4 sets of 5 waves each in one shot. It's not that difficult. Awakening the Machine doesn't scale. Supposedly on the beta, it did scale initially and gradually got more challenging, and you could pick different difficulty levels and things like that to keep it more engaging. But people found it too hard, and so they just nerfed the crap out of it. And so since then, it's now just this weird sort of instant that I think has some cool potential, but doesn't really scale or anything like that. It's like if you're a fresh level 80, you'll struggle with it a little bit. At least I did, but very quickly you'll be able to one-shot it every week, and the rewards are pretty decent. You get a cash, you get a bunch of rep with the what do you call it? Assembly of the Deeps, right? And then also you have the chance at not only that recipe but also at a mount. So definitely worth doing it on all of your alts, even if you're not after the enchanting thing, right? The mount's pretty cool. It looks like it basically has the exact same model as the mount that costs 3.2 million gold. This one, Machine Defense Unit 111. So yeah, I mean, you can get this model for less than that would otherwise cost you 3.2 million gold. So I guess that counts as gold making, right? Every gold saved is a gold earned, right? So if you don't want to spend 3.2 million gold on unlocking this mount model, this is the way to do it. Raktar. Okay, so I think we're in wave 5 now. Oh, never mind. We did the first 5 waves. Let's go ahead and queue up again. Like a rock star. Yeah, I mean, on my Windwalker, it's fairly trivial. On my Mage, I struggle a little bit more. But honestly, being Frostfire seems to work decently well. It's not too difficult to survive through everything. And you'll have these items, you'll have these like little chest things drop for you in world content that'll give you another little buff in here as well. Now, the way that the buffs are described, it sort of works like a Torghast buff in which you have to pick one of 3 buffs that you want. The strange thing is that it resets every week, right? Or every time you enter the instance again, it seems to reset. Which is strange because of the fact that the actual text of the buffs say that that they stack up to 100 times. So you're thinking, okay, probably it carries over from week to week, right? And each week you can increase the buff. But it doesn't seem to actually do that. Let's see if we can find it here on... in our buff list. Not sure where exactly it is. Yeah, this one, the Edict of Haste. So it says that it stacks up to 100 times, which would make you think that, okay, you'll be able to get more than one stack of it, right, at some point. But you can only enter with one of those little chest items, like one of those little toolbox things, which is what you use to get the buff. And we're in combat, but basically this item, the spare toolbox. The thing is they're unique, so you can only hold one at a time. And if you leave the thing, like if you leave the instance, it resets. So I don't know what the thinking is. I don't know how it's supposed to work. Again, like I'm saying though, from what I read, it seems like on beta this was a lot more challenging and scaled a lot better and was a lot more dynamic, and like so therefore had a lot more gameplay on it, like gameplay in it. But I think they nerfed the crap out of it because people just were finding it too difficult. You randomly did it the other day, not knowing what it was. Yeah, again, I mean, it's another one of these systems that like Blizzard's put into the game, but not done a great job of explaining. And I don't know, how do you guys feel about it? I feel like part of WoW has just always been that, right? Where Blizzard has some really cool systems, some great bits of game design that they do, but they've never been good at explaining any of their systems by a long shot, right? It's the reason why WoW has always been a game that you play with, I mean, Thoughtbot back in the day, right, which the OGs will remember. And now, like, if you don't have Wowhead, can you really play WoW? I mean, I feel like it's just, Wowhead is such a critical part of the game. Or at the very least, you know, relying on some other external source of information is so critical. And I mean, don't get me wrong, I've started creating content for WoW, so... If Blizzard explained things better, there'd probably be less interest in me creating content for the game. Maybe. But I don't know. TechDex, I just watched your explanation. By far one of the best I've ever done. Oh, thank you so much. That's so sweet of you to say. Okay, no, that gives me all the more reason to actually sit down and edit that into a little bit of a YouTube video. Yeah, because I think... I know I have a nasty habit of it, and I think some of the other content creators, I probably shouldn't speak about other content creators, to be honest. But I feel like a lot of times I just assume that a lot of people are familiar with the system, and that's far from the case, right? Even if you play during Dragonflight, the system has changed a decent bit, and yeah. I've spent stupid amounts of time understanding the profession system and on the beta and things like that. And so I kind of have a bit of a grasp of how it all works and how it's supposed to work, whereas I think it's very difficult if you've not spent that much time learning it. And like I'm saying, I think that's part of the problem that Blizzard seems to have in general, where they put in really cool systems, but then do just such a trash job of explaining how the systems work or are supposed to work. Because let's be honest, a lot of times there's bugs that impact, you know, how well the systems work to begin with. So yeah, I'm happy to hear that video was of value. You get all your info from YouTube on what to do and why. To be fair, though, they probably try to do it through lore, and who really pays attention to that? Yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, I think they a lot of the systems, they try and explain it through, like, while keeping it giving a lore reasons for why things work in a certain way. But then they also shoot themselves in the foot very often by allowing things like the Artisan's Acuity Shuffle, right? Which there's no lore explanation for why, to be the best tailor, you would need to, drop enchanting and cycle through all the other professions every single week, right? There's no lore reason for that. And they left that in the game. So it's like, and again, that's a very personal gripe that I like to bring up often, just because I'm so frustrated by the system. Because I genuinely do believe that the profession system that they put in the War Within is some of the best professional work that Blizzard has ever done. But I think they just completely shot themselves in the foot by leaving, these borderline exploits that, at least early on, and if you're a double gatherer, you basically need to do to really compete at the highest levels. And I think I just don't understand the logic, because they nerfed a bunch of the different degen things that you could do, but they didn't nerf the biggest one of them all. And it makes zero sense to me, because it basically meant that for the first couple of weeks, instead of anyone talking about how cool the profession system was and all the great work that they did, everyone was just talking about, what they needed to do to exploit the system as much as possible. And while it doesn't technically count as an exploit, the Artisan Security Shuffle, I still consider it an exploit in most ways, because it's definitely requires you to engage with the game in a way that you wouldn't be doing if it wasn't for that specific benefit. If it wasn't bugged, if it wasn't broken, you wouldn't do that. The only reason to do it is the reward, which basically means it's an exploit in my books, right? And if you have no idea what I'm talking about, I love the irony of me talking about a few of you guys in chat telling me that the video I linked to was a very good beginner's explanation. I went straight to talking about a fairly niche, less beginner friendly sort of thing to do with professions. But honestly, if you don't know about it, there's no reason to, because at this point, there's no reason to do it. Basically, Bipolar Taco, to summarize for you, essentially, if you want to get as much artisan security as possible, the best thing you could do is basically pick up every single profession, do all of the first craft bonuses, right? Do all of your patron crafting orders, and do all of the weekly quests. Then drop that profession, pick another profession, and do the exact same thing. And for to really min-max it, you would do that every single week, which is A, brutal, B, painful because of the fact that it's expensive. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of effort. It feels like trash, because I will never unlearn a profession without having a little bit of pain associated with it, right? Especially if you've spent the time to level up that profession and do all the things, right? All right, let's see. Did we get the recipe? Okay, not yet. Let's see if this last one. Damn it, no. And we didn't get the mount either. Yeah, but basically that's the thing. And so early on in the expansion, there were a lot of people who did it week one to get all of their blue profession tools, to get all of their knowledge point books and all that stuff. I didn't do it at any point. A, because I just didn't want to, and I felt that it was kind of trash. B, because I felt like it should be considered an exploit. I honestly did, and I honestly still do. And C, because of the fact that I mean, part of my whole thing was that I wanted to show people that you don't need to do it to make big gold. Because the early couple of weeks, everyone and their mother, especially on like the subreddits and in the YouTube comments and stuff like that, were like, oh, if you didn't shuffle Artisan Security, like, you can't compete. You're never gonna make any gold the rest of the expansion. And I was like, no, that's not the thing at all. You don't need to do the G-Gen stuff to make a whole bunch of gold, right? I've made probably at least a gold cap so far this expansion, and that's as well playing pretty casually, relatively speaking, compared to what a lot of other people did. Didn't do any of the Artisan Security shuffles or anything like that, and still very happy with the amount of gold that I'm making. And I think most people seeing my stream would probably agree, right? Like, what would be the best recommendation for gold making profession? Tailoring, by far, and it's hands down, it's not close, because there's just so many things you can do with it. I've covered it on quite a few of my streams. I can do a little recap if you'd like, but let me know in chat. You've been trying to figure out how to get Acuity. I mean, so unfortunately, the thing is, if you're a dual gatherer, you may have to do that little shuffle, just because of the fact that what do you call it? you're just not going to get that much artisan security as a dual gatherer, right? You don't have access to patron orders, and that's a huge source of artisan security. And you don't have much in the way of first craft bonuses or in terms of like quests and things like that. You have that one quest a week. If you get screwed like we all did last week, where the mining quest required 2 null stones for a turn in, which is just goofy. I don't know how they shoot. I mean, at that point, it's just like there's a limit to how much Blizzard can tell dual gatherers to go screw themselves, and requiring one of the quests requiring items that cost 8,000 gold bare minimum is a complete insult to gatherers in general, especially the miners. You're wondering how to respec knowledge points? Yeah, no, there's no way to respec knowledge points. I mean, the nice thing, one of the biggest things, again, this is what I'm saying, right? They got so much right with the professions this time around, where they have the catch-up system. Dragonflight did not have any sort of a catch-up mechanism. If you missed quests for even 1 week, you were now permanently behind for the rest of the expansion. And they didn't add one in at any stage either. So it wasn't like, when the next season started, they added a catch-up mechanism so you could catch up then. It was the entire expansion. If you missed even 1 week worth of profession stuff, you were behind for the rest of the expansion, and that was just it. Whereas in the War Within, they've added this catch-up mechanism. So on this chick, I didn't say on top of my patron orders for tailoring, and so you can see here that I have another 25 catch-up knowledge points that I can get from doing the patron craft orders, right? And that's great. The same thing exists. I think the easiest ones are the enchanting one and the gathering ones, because basically once you've gotten all of your knowledge points for the week, you can basically then just continue gathering or continue disenchanting to get all of these catch-up points. For any of the crafting professions, it comes through the patron order system. But by and large, the patron crafting orders, they've nerfed them even further, so they're a lot easier to complete now. And so you're kind of good there. All they would have to do is only allow first craft bonus one time. No, well, not really. So that's the thing, right? They nerfed a bunch of things. They nerfed the treasures, right? There were the 24 knowledge points that you get from treasures hidden around the world. Those used to give you artisan security, and so everyone thought that that would be the meta, that you would swap through all the professions and you would basically run around picking up all the treasures, and that would give you a whole chunk of artisan security. They nerfed that. The treasures don't give you artisan security. Then people thought, okay, we'll do it for first craft bonuses, but they nerfed that as well. So the first craft bonuses for recipes that you pick up off of the trainer don't give any artisan security. You'll get knowledge points, but they don't give any artisan security. All right, great change. And both of those changes means that there was someone at Blizzard, at least one person, who went, okay, people are going to exploit this by doing this, right? So they were aware of the problem. The thing is, they never made those changes for 2 types of artisan security sources. The first one being like the weekly quests and the patron orders, and the second one being any of the recipes that you could either like buy off of the auction house or that you could get through the talent trees. All those give you artisan security, and so it became a thing that you could just throw gold at, right? And so that was the thing. Right, they just didn't. They didn't nerf those for some reason, and the fixes were both really simple. They could have done one thing, which is just cap the amount of artisan security you get per week. Right, I don't get why they didn't do that. We have caps for crests, we have caps for valor stones, honor. Right, we have enough currencies in the game that they have a weekly cap for, and you get so many, and after that you don't get any more that week. Why they didn't do that for artisan security is beyond me. I get that they don't want to limit the artisan security too much because maybe you pick up a profession and you genuinely decide you want to swap professions. I sure, they shouldn't make it impossible for someone who swapped professions to catch up, because that would be contrary to the entire purpose that they've done. But I don't think there's that many people who are genuinely swapping professions. And if they are, I think it's fine for them to lose a week or two of progress, right? Every other part of this game penalizes you that way. If you decide midweek that you want to swap between Brewmaster and Windwalker, it's going to take you a little time to get your gear, right? To get more crests and whatever it is. And that's fine. We're all okay with that. We understand that if you change your mind on something, you're going to have less of an advantage than someone who didn't change their mind, right? That we're all fine with that logic, right? I don't think there's anyone who doesn't agree with that. So that was the first thing that they could have done, is they could have just capped the amount of acuity you got on a weekly basis. Or second of all, and an even more elegant solution, would have just been to have artisan's acuity tied to the profession. And then they could have done whatever the hell they wanted. I mean, I think tying it to the profession would have meant that, you could have just used one character have all of the different professions, because you could then theoretically pick up tailoring, right? Get your blue tailoring professions tools, and then swap. And then, once a week you could do all of your crafts on each of those professions. I mean, I think it's still a little grindy, and I think honestly, it's not that hard to get characters to level 70, so there's not too much of an incentive to do that. But maybe that's why they didn't do that. In either way, it would have, if you're willing to spend that much gold to do that, I mean, have at it, right? But they didn't do that either, and I don't get why, because that would have solved this entire problem. Because then you wouldn't have had players who were doing all this. The other nice thing that would have done is that it would have meant that you can prioritize both of your professions equally. The way it is right now is any character you have, you got to pick one of your professions that you're focusing on, because that's where you're going to channel artisan's acuity. I mean, for this chick, she focused on enchanting, and tailoring was basically useless on her for like the first 2 or 3 weeks. I mean, not completely useless, right? I did still find things that I could craft profitably, but I didn't have the blue profession equipment. I didn't have the knowledge point books, right? Which just doesn't feel great. Why am I having to pick one profession or the other? I mean, at that point, just give me one profession slot, right? If you're going to give me 2 profession slots, let me min-max both of them. I mean, that's the whole point, right? Like, that's how it's always worked. I don't get why Dragonflight and the new profession system needs to change that. But they didn't do that, and so it is what it is. I'm hoping that for the next expansion that they figure that out and they solve that problem. And they either just have the artisan's acuity tied to each profession, or have a weekly cap. If they do the weekly cap, it limits the use of picking up and dropping professions, but also still leaves the problem of having to pick one profession over the other on each character. Whereas if they do a per profession artisan's acuity, I think it solves all these problems pretty neatly, and allows you to focus on both of your professions equally. The only trade-off is that, of course, you may have some people who, decide that they want to only play their main and min-max every single profession on their main. But look, if they want to do that anyway, it's going to cost them a boatload, and that I'm kind of okay with. It doesn't give them an advantage over other tailors. If anything, they'll be worse than other tailors. And so that's fine, right? If they're willing to pay to level up their entire profession every single week so that they don't have to level up a level 70, go for it, right? Like, I don't think anyone's got an issue with that, because probably in the time that you would have spent to do that in 1 or 2 weeks, you could have just leveled up another level 70 and given them that profession instead. You got to go get the treasure so you can start using the catch-up system? Yeah, fair enough. Legendarism exclamation mark giveaway. Actually, funnily enough, I was going to enable that for Friday stream, in all honesty. But I honestly just didn't get a chance to fully iron out all the details. I do have the codes, and I have a couple more that have come in as well. So I do need to actually get on it. We'll do it this week, probably on Friday stream. I'm sorry, I've been saying that for weeks at this point. I just keep delaying with it, but I promise we will actually get around to it, because I do have the codes. The annoying thing is I have the codes. I just haven't figured out the logistics around it. And I don't want to do anything that like breaks terms of service for Twitch or YouTube or anything like that. Is basically the main reason why I haven't done it yet. I use the website. Well, so I mean, I use Streamlabs for the chatbot. I mean, as you can probably tell from the message right before yours. And Streamlabs does have the giveaway command. So I'm now clear on how to set it up technically. It's just like I said, it's the other things of like figuring out how I do it within terms of service for all the different platforms is the like main blocker right now. But I promise I will sort it out. All right, let's see here. Let's do a quick little Ask Mr. Robot for my mage as well, and see how what we should spend our wrist waist trap of infinity is not best, or is not my best in bags. What can I do for jewel crafting? What do you mean, to make gold? Jewel crafting is actually super easy. And I figured this out entirely on accident this weekend. But basically, and you play North America as well, so it's even simpler. First of all, to get to 100 skill is super easy. You just pick one of the epic gem recipes. You can pick up the recipes super cheap. Even on Illidan, these recipes are now like, I think 100 gold or something like that. And you just craft these until 100 skill. I think they give you like 2 or 3 skill for each. So it's super easy to get to 100 skill, right? I don't even have blue profession equipment, and I don't have that many knowledge points. But already you can craft the, what is it? Despite that, I'm able to profitably craft the inverted prism, the decorative lenses, and the gilded vials, right? All of these are fat profit margins. And it's just with not even these trees maxed out. I mean, if you max these trees out, there's a lot more, you'd get a little bit more out of it. But honestly, even at just this level, like 100 skill and green profession equipment without the enchant or anything, I mean, yeah, you're able to craft these and sell these at a huge profit. And obviously being the fact that these are reagents, they're going to sell super quick, right? Look at the sale rates on these, dude. 4,000 region average daily sold on the rank 2 gilded vials. That's amazing. And they have been selling because I've sold a bunch of them. Yeah, and same thing with the decorative lenses as well. Stupid amounts of profit on these. Stupid amounts of profit. And you don't even need to guarantee the rank 3s on them. I know that because I can't guarantee rank 3s if I wanted to. I would need the blue profession equipment, I think. Right? Yeah, I'm 20 skills short. Yeah, so I'd need to have all of my blue profession equipment to guarantee the rank 3s on these. And it's going to be a little while. I mean, I don't know if we can do it this lockout, in fact. I think probably tomorrow we may be able to get some more artisan security to craft the remaining profession equipment. Yeah, I'm sitting at 190 artisan security on this dude. So hopefully by tomorrow he should be able to get a second piece and then at some point the third piece. Thank you for the sub, Philip or Phil Razanow. Am I saying that right? Thank you so much for the YouTube sub. We are one YouTube sub away from hitting 100. So if you haven't subscribed to the YouTube, please consider doing it. Right, having 100 YouTube subscribers would be cool. So if you're a Twitch viewer, please consider hopping over and doing that. But okay, I think we're going to take a quick little break and then we'll come back and do everything else that we need to on oh, we hit 100 subs. We hit 100 YouTube subs. Thank you, everyone. Yay. 100 subs on YouTube. Thank you, everyone. Very, very much appreciate that. Is Craft Sim... first of all, welcome to the chat, Trigger Happy Hug. How's it going? Welcome to the YouTube chat there. Is Craft Sim easy to set up? Yeah, super simple. The first thing that you need to do is probably find a pricing source. I think Auctionator is the absolute easiest to get set up. And yeah, I mean, Auctionator, you basically just need to scan the auction house. It's a little bit more annoying in that sense than Trade Skill Master is, because Trade Skill Master will just automatically download the data for you. But I honestly use Auctionator in any case, even though you have to manually scan it, because I think it's more accurate. And yeah, then you download the add-on. Craft Sim is very simple to set up. It's a bit more complicated to understand it. But in terms of options, I mean, I can show you guys right now. The options for Craft Sim are super simple. I mean, you'll select your price source. You'll show profit. None of these will actually impact how you make gold. These are all personal preference things primarily. Show profit percentages. Remember last recipe. Show news pop up. Right, minimap button, coin texture. Not really anything gold making related there as such. It's just a personal preference thing. Here you can basically, in this TSM window, you can choose if you want to use custom strings to figure out your reagent price or your crafted item price. Like I said, I've been using Auctionator, so I haven't messed with this. But you won't go too wrong by just using the default. I think at certain points of the expansion during Dragonflight, I did change these up a bit, but by and large, I leave them just at the default, and it works fine. Modules, again, personal preference, profit calculation. I don't have this checked. I think there is a reason to do it, but I can never remember what the thing is. And then yeah, again, this is also a personal preference thing. Yeah, setting up Craft Sim is not particularly complicated. Understanding the different windows can be a little bit more complicated. I do need to actually put together a guide for Craft Sim, which I will do at some point. We may do that on Wednesday stream. Yeah, I would say probably the most important windows for you are going to be this one here, the average profit, The simplest one to understand is also the top gear window here, right? Just because it'll recommend which pieces of gear you want. And so to make the best use of this, I would recommend having at least one of each of the green tools in your bags. And what I mean by that is for every profession, you'll want to have a resourcefulness tool at the highest level possible and a multi-craft tool. And so for something like jewel crafting is probably a better call here, but you'll see that if we're crafting something like the decorative lens, we'll want to use a multi-craft tool. But if we move to like profession equipment, it will recommend here that we swap to the resourcefulness tool. And so I would say at bare minimum have a resourcefulness one, and depending on the profession, have a multi-craft one. In very rare cases, actually no. In none of the cases is it going to recommend that you have a crafting speed tool. There's some edge cases where you may want to have a crafting speed tool, and that's basically just where you care more about crafting more of XYZ item per hour, and you can't proc multicraft. You can't proc multicraft, and you don't care enough about resourcefulness is the only time you want to use the crafting speed one. And then there is also an ingenuity tool you can get. And I generally don't do concentration builds, so I'm the wrong person to ask about ingenuity, if I'm being honest. But I know people who are doing the concentration builds, a lot of them are using ingenuity tools, and that works pretty well for them. I don't do concentration builds. I don't use up my concentration. You can probably see here that more or less all my characters are maxed on concentration, which is a terrible thing. Don't do this. Use up your concentration. It is free gold. I'm being a moron and leaving gold on the table by doing this. But it's just, yeah. I just don't enjoy concentration builds, and so that's why I haven't done it. But ingenuity tools can be handy for that as well. Trigger Happy Hugs, you're saying you have TSM set up. Oh, okay, yeah, so it's even easier to use CraftSim then. But I would say these are the two most important windows, right? The average profit and the top gear. Then, if you want to get a little bit more advanced, I mean, also you have these handy little windows that are sort of just quality of life improvements, right? The cooldown tracker is really nice, especially if you have multiple alts. The craft buff window, which is up here, which will just remind you, if you have all the buffs that you need to have up. Right, price overrides is pretty self-explanatory. I will do a more in-depth guide at some point, so do keep an eye out for that. I'll probably release it on the YouTube channel whenever I get around to it. But I'll give you a quick overview right now of all the different windows. Cost optimization is fairly self-explanatory. It'll basically just tell you what your actual crafting cost is. And yeah, it's handy to figure out, how much you're going to have to invest. What else? The concentration tracker, again, pretty self-explanatory. Handy to check concentration on all of your alts. Really useful for that. Beyond that, you have the price details here. This is just sort of a nice to have, right? Nice little quality of life benefit. It'll show you what each of the finished materials is selling for. So, at the different eye levels, like, right, what does a rank 1 sell for? What does a rank 2, rank 3 sell for? This won't update super well for Trade Skill Master, just because Trade Skill Master has a bit of a tougher time, it seems, tracking different item qualities for certain items. So you'll see here, if we swap the Trade Skill Master as the price source, it actually just shows us the rank 1 price for all 5 of them, which is not true. That's the other reason why I've been using Auctionator a lot more, because for things that have 5 qualities like that, I mean, there's a big difference between the rank 5 Incanter Shard selling for 1,300 gold almost versus me thinking that it's going to sell for 200 gold, right? One of those is heavily profitable, and one of them is not profitable at all. So that's what this window does. This window down here is also fairly important, I would say. It basically just tells you what the cheapest mats to use are. And this window right here is my absolute favorite one, the specialization info one. And that's super useful because when you check this little box here to put into simulation mode, you can then use this window right here to figure out, you can simulate using different quality mats to figure out what'll get you the best profit margins. And similarly, if you don't have, if you're trying to figure out where to spend your knowledge points, let's find a good example of this. Something that we're not expecting to. Marble stone, right? Let's say I decided I want to craft these because I really like the profit margins, or I'm using this for something else, and I have, 10 knowledge points. Instead of spending them and trying to figure out, where it makes sense there and manually calculating it, instead what I can do is I can come in here and try putting 10 points into masonry, and we'll see that our profit margin goes from 5% to 9% by putting 10 points into masonry. Whereas those same 10 points, if I put into shaping, right, my profit margin stays at 5%. And so if I was trying to craft this item better and I have 10 knowledge points to spend, I'm much better off spending them into masonry. And yeah, and so that's sort of how it goes for anything else you want to do, whether or not you have any knowledge points and whatever it is. It just allows you to simulate those things a lot easier. And this is where I've spent this is what I've spent the majority of my time in the War Within doing, is just testing out different builds and things like that in Craft Sim before figuring out what I want to craft. And it'll save you a lot of time, energy, and frustration to test things out through this through the simulation mode prior to actually spending your knowledge points. So yeah, I definitely recommend doing that. And I mean, then there's a couple of other windows here that I won't get into because I think they're also fairly self-explanatory. You have the crafting results window. This will just give you actual statistics for your crafting runs, right? Pretty self-explanatory, not really much to explain there. You have a crafting queue, which is handy because you can use it in conjunction with the recipe scan window, which is this one here. And this will basically just scan all the recipes. You come into scan options, bunch of different options here. They're also pretty self-explanatory. I'll cover them in more depth whenever I do actually get around to do my craft sim guide. But by and large, you'll just set this to, 9 times out of 10, what I'll do is I'll set this to optimize reagents, relative profit. You'll include gear. You can include not learned if you have a profession that you're still working on, right? That you don't have that many recipes learned for. And optimize profession tools is basically all you're going to want to select. You'll hit scan recipes and it'll tell you for all these recipes what your profit margins are like. You can then come into the craft queue and either manually queue up items here. You can use this to queue up all of your patron orders or all of your first crafts, right? Which is super handy. Or you can come into restock options and select, what's the profit threshold you want and the restock amount you want. And then you can hit this handy little button that says restock from recipe scan and it'll automatically queue up any items that you can craft that meet the terms that you set up here. Annoyingly, it seems like it's, for some reason, queuing up items that require concentration as well, which we don't want. But generally, it doesn't do that. Generally, because I have concentration checked here. If we uncheck the concentration box there, yeah. So this is what we should be doing if we want to make as much gold as humanly possible, is crafting, how many ever of all of these, because these are above my profit threshold of 20%. Now, I'm not going to craft all these because a lot of these I've already you can see here, I have 30 of them in my guild bank, right? 37, 95 of these. Oh, I forgot to throw these on the auction house. Yeah. But yeah, that's a very quick and dirty guide to craft sim. Hopefully that helped you. Let me know in the chat if that was a handy little quick and dirty guide to it, or if you have any questions about more specific things that you'd like me to address. I'm more than happy to cover those. And like I said, I will do a more in-depth guide where I explain things a little bit better. Yeah. All right, I'm going to take a quick little break. If you're watching live, please consider subbing. All right, we're on Twitch. Your boy's trying to get more subs so that I can replace my broken little headset here. And yeah, on YouTube as well, subs help. Right, like, comment, subscribe, do all the things. We know we know what the things are. We're all clear. Yeah. Anyways, quick little break, then we'll come back and get back to the Awakening the Machine event, and then we may attempt another Zekavir. We may attempt another Zekavir or two. All right. See you guys in a few. All right, gang, and we are back. How's everyone doing? Welcome back to the stream, folks. What's up? You guys are watching live. Drop a message in chat. Let me know how it's going. All right, so we said we are basically going to try and sort out our gear on our mage real quick, and then we're going to run the Awakening of the Machine event to try and get ourselves that enchanting recipe, because it's just a license to print gold. It's ridiculous how OP that thing is. Do I know how many catalyst charges I have left on this chick? Because I think she has a 2-set bonus. Yep, we got the 2-set. But do I have any more catalyst charges left? Harmonized Silk. Okay, she has 1 more catalyst charge. And she'll get a second one tomorrow, so she can get a 4-set tomorrow. Am I being dumb? Is there any other source of gear that she should get this week? I think Awakening the Machine will unlock another slot in the vault for us. But we claimed the vault for this week. Okay. And I think that's where we got one of our pieces of tier set. Yeah, I think the chest we got at the vault. All right, let's figure out where to spend the rest of our crests and valor stones. And I think I did want to try running Zekvir on my mage as well, just to see if that did anything for us. Chest to 606. The thing is, so I mean, this is tier, but it's also veteran gear, and I low-key feel like I should probably save my crests and my valor stones to upgrade. Well, I don't think this chick's going to get hero track gear, but champion gear at the very least, right? I think she got this piece of hero from the freaking, what do you call it? From the damn time walking raid, right? The little raid quest that we had for time walk. Let's go turn in this quest. I don't think we turned in the gearing up for trouble quest, which will give us our last cash for the week. That'll give us a key. Yeah, restored coffer key. There we go. And we unlocked another great Vol slot as well. But I think we literally have to do, we need to do 4 more tier 8 or higher delves in order to unlock the 3rd slot here. And I don't know that I am willing to spend that much time on it, to be honest with you. So I don't know if we should bother. I may not bother with Zekvir. I know we said that we would, but I'm kind of lazy, and two vault slots is enough, right? I don't really care about gear that much. All right, so then we just need to basically do the Awakening the Machine event on this chick, and maybe do vault slots. Because I think doing the Awakening the Machine will unlock 1 more slot here. And if we can do Zekvir twice on this chick, then we're laughing, right? We're in good shape then. Okay, so what's Aspects Robot telling us? We need to upgrade our main hand, our chest, our head. I mean, low key, I feel like the chest, the head is the best piece, but we don't have the crests required to do it. And I don't think she can upgrade her crest, can she? No, because the achievement is at a character level, so that kind of sucks. Should we upgrade our chest? Presumably, if and when we do upgrade, like if and when we do get a champion track chest piece, we will already get the discount on the upgrades, right? So we may as well do this, I suppose. All right, it's a whole bunch of Elder Stones, but hey, there we go. And it's tier, so it kind of makes sense. We did that. Hood we can't do because we don't have the crests for it. I mean, technically upgrading our wand is probably the move, but at the same time, I don't have a good offhand. And so if I get a champion tier staff, then I'm going to feel like super dumb for having wasted Valor Stones and crests on my wand, even though that's probably the biggest DPS increase, right? Sorry, folks, give me 1 second. Sorry, folks. Give me 1 second. All right. Yes, I don't know. Should we just hold on to our crests and our valor stones, or should we use our valor stones realistically to get a spark, and then just get spark gear crafted for us? Because this is a cloth wearer, so I think the cloth crafted gear should be pretty cheap, and will probably be the biggest eye level upgrade, right? And I can't be bothered to get enchant. Are there any cheap enchants? So presumably the spell thread, right? This is what, like $1,000? But this is veteran gear. Do we want to invest in spell? 593 main stat is wild though. Probably worth the $1,000, right? Probably worth it. 593 intellect for 1,000 gold, and it costs us less than that because we crafted these ourselves. All right, so we should probably do that. Chest enchant too expensive. Weapon enchant also, we could probably snag somewhere for pretty cheap. It's a veteran piece, so we're not going to use one of the epic spell threads. But we'll throw one of these blue spell threads on there. Lord knows we've crafted and sold thousands of them. I think we can afford one for our mage to make Awakening the Machine a little bit easier. What do y'all think? Should we attempt Zekvir on my mage at eye level 596 or whatever she's at? Because I do want to see if it is actually as easy as people are saying. Because what I saw in Bellular's video and a couple other content creators also put out videos saying that actually Zekvir, if you can master the mechanics, then you're not going to have too difficult of a time at lower eye levels. And I wonder if that's the case. Mage can be rough. Yeah, that's what my thinking is, though. I feel like as a frost mage, it'll be a little tough. Both just because it's a frost mage, and then also because of the fact that I'm arguably not the best WoW player. Breaking news here. Inside scoop. Adrel isn't the greatest WoW player. Don't tell Liquid, all right? Because I don't want them to reconsider my application. Should we do Fungal Folly? I think we said we're not doing Zekvir because basically to get any more vault slots, we would need to do like 4 more. But I think the reason that we would do Zekvir is to finish off this quest here, which will give us another piece of champion gear. But the question becomes, do we do Zekvir or do we do just Fungal Folly? We may do Fungal Folly. All right, give me 1 second. Let me hit my air conditioner, and then we'll do Awakening the Machine to begin with. And then we'll hop over and do Fungal Folly. For you is easy? Wait, Zekvir was easy or? Zekvir on your mage? I feel like this is the one to go for, right? All damage you do is increased by 15%. That sounds lit. People was doing it 590 at level. Yeah, I mean, I think my first Zekvir kill on my main, I got it like 5 below 600 eye level. The problem is I don't know what the interrupts are. Counterspell. All right. So we know that now. I think the other issue I have is that as a mage, I don't really have any way of healing Spieler Kuldus, so I should probably not let him tank too much. Do I have bandages? I don't, but I have tailoring, so I can craft my own tailoring bandages if I really need to. Yeah, manually clicking spells is a good sign, I feel like. Oh, dude, I don't even have arcane intellect up. This is how trash I am playing a mage. Yeah, Zekvir may be a bit ambitious if we're being honest. Boom. I can probably craft my own bandages, right? Damn it! Ah, this is doing too much damage to Speaker Kuldus. We're gonna have to do a couple of bandages at this rate. Dude, why? Do I only have one interrupt? Is that the thing? Dude, Kuldus is already at like half health. This is not a good sign. Oh, God. Okay. Jeez. Yeah, we're gonna have to craft some bandages and heal Speaker Kuldus through that. All right, I should probably figure out what my actual interrupts are as a mage. Let's see here. And like keybind them better. Spell Steal will steal a beneficial effect from the target. I have 3 CCs. Okay, what are they? Dude, yeah, attempting Zekvir is not... until I figure out the class, I'm definitely not going to... I'm definitely not going to do any much of anything. Cooldown usage, Icy Veins, Time Warp. Does it say here? Do they have a little guide to what my major cooldowns advanced? Okay, so Fire Breath, the casting one, and the Yellow Skull. Oh, Blast Wave? Oh, Knockback. Okay, so that'll interrupt them. All right. The Dragon's Breath. Oh, we'll disorient them. Okay, so that's the second one. And then Counterspell, right? Counters the enemy's spell cast, preventing any spell from that school of magic from being cast for 5 seconds. Damn it, I forgot to bring bandages in here, so I'm going to have to craft my own bandages. Hopefully I have enough. Yeah, I have enough materials. All right, we're good. We're good. How are we losing gold on crafting these? Oh, and I have polymorph. Yeah, why did I forget that I have... Dude, suck at playing a mage if you guys can't tell. Should I just do these at rank 3? I may as well do them at rank 3, right? Any extras I have, I can sell profitably anyway. I mean, I wouldn't use this. This isn't the chick that I do my bandage crafting on, just because I have another tune that has better stats for bandage crafting. But hey, it's still profitable when she crafts them, so why not? I'm wondering if I should just like move all of my interrupts to like one area of my spell bar. Ice cold. Well, that's my main heal, right? I guess Time Warp I can have off of here. Oh, dude, I'm going to have to wait until recently bandaged wears off to bandage him again. Oh, this is going to take a while. Am I being dumb? Is there another way that I can heal him? As a mage? Probably not, right? I just got to chill and then bandage him again later. This is fun. This is fun streaming content. I'm glad y'all stopped by for this. I'm sorry. I didn't expect this to take quite this long. But again, the reason we're doing this from a gold making perspective is because if we get that chest enchant, we then have a license to print gold, right? The strength chest enchant drops from this event. And so any character you have that either has enchanting or can pick up enchanting, you want to run through Awakening the Machine at least once a week. Because if you get that recipe to drop for you, it's an amazing amount of gold that you can make. So strong recommend. If you have alts that have enchanting, especially if they're level 80 or close to level 80, because it doesn't scale down to the lower levels. You can enter the instance, or at least you could enter the instance at below level 70 in the past. I don't know if they've changed that. But the main issue you would have was it just wouldn't scale down. And so you would be like a level 71 character in here trying to fight level 80 mobs. Oh, I forgot about polymorph. Yeah, I should probably use polymorph at some point or the other, right? Pop cooldowns. Oh, dude, now I'm taking a stupid amount of damage. Alright, potion it is. Ooh, let me say for you. Ooh, trying to do what. Okay, that's one interrupt that we got nailed. Perching flames, that worked as well. We gotta tank this. Oh. Should probably learn the rotation better if we're being honest here. Which of these drop heals? There is one of them that drops heals, right? They're not dropping for me. Dude, I'm low on health. I don't like that. Cold Snap did something. But I think this is my... Yeah, that's my self-heal. All right. So we're good on that. Glacial Spike. Jeez. Dude, this is a nail biter. As much as I think I enjoy playing mage, I really don't, just because I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I gotta learn the rotation better. Do you guys have any tips for like learning rotations better? Because I feel like then it'll be less stressful to do these weekly things on my alts, is if I know how to play them better. I mean, I guess probably just like running dungeons and like spending I have Achille, it's right here. I should probably pay attention. I think what I should take away from that is I should probably pay attention to Achille. Because I have it, but I don't pay attention to it nearly as much as I should. Like I forgot that I always forget that mirror image is an option. Which is kind of dumb, because it's one of my main cooldowns as a mage, right? Yeah, 2 minute cooldown. I don't use my trinkets enough. I don't use... Yeah. I just play like a nub is basically the point. I always forget that I have my own food and that I can eat and drink between these waves. What the hell happened to my food? Didn't I just... Oh, I conjured the table instead of conjuring like actual food for myself. Wait, is there another spell for refreshments just for myself? Or is it now you only get the table? Conjure refreshment. I think that's what I have on the toolbar. Yes, I think it's you just get the table, right? Dude, I'm such a noob at playing a mage. I mean, I'm a pretty big noob at just what do you call it? At playing my monk as well, who is literally my main. But on the mage, my levels of noobiness really start to show out. All right, that medbot will give us some heals. But we'll wait until we're actually lower on health to walk over it and get the heal. Because it'll heal speaker coolness as well. All right, we've got to interrupt this chick. Or this dude. All right, we're doing it okay on health. So the Oz are a little early. And we've got 2 more heals on the ground over there. Hopefully those don't despawn and that we can use them for like future waves when we're actually struggling. Ah. Oh, right. I love that I literally just said, oh, I can eat between waves, and then completely forgot about doing that once the actual event started. Oh, don't stand in swirly things. Don't stand in swirly things. Again, I was shocked to find out that this season, standing in the things are not meta. So there's that. Which of these 2 am I supposed to take out first? The nullbot or the medbot? I can't tell if it's the medbot healing the nullbot or the medbot healing the nullbot. All right, I think the order was it's supposed to take out the nullbot and then the medbot. I think we got that right by a complete accident, admittedly. I don't think I'm using my cooldowns well enough. Oh, dude, those fireballs don't look good. I get that I'm Frostfire, but I don't think I'm supposed to be hanging out in them. I mean, Loki, should I just let him tank this thing? Because he's taking less damage than I am. Lord knows. Lord knows. Oh, dude, it despawned the healer things? That's dumb as hell. So I think I have to use up those heal bot thingamabobbers within that actual, like, within those waves. Because otherwise they despawn. Dude, that's dumb as hell. Fayari on YouTube, what's up? The table automatically summons when in a group, and you're technically in a group in this instance. Otherwise, it summons food like personally like. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Thank you for that. Like I said, this is my main alt, and I still suck at playing a mage. This is why I generally don't leave Dornigal, right? We stand in Dornigal, all right, and we sell things, and we craft things, and we make big gold, and then we pay people to do things for us. The Goblin way. Whenever I try and actually get out into the world to do things, things start to go sideways real quick. Not as badly on my monk, like on my main, on my monk, but certainly whenever I try to do anything on an alt, the skill issues become apparent quickly. All right, no point lying about it. No point pretending here. You guys see what's going on. But we need to do this event so that we can hopefully get the enchanting recipe to drop for us, and no one can boost us through this. So we do need to actually just do it ourselves. Oh god. The thing is, I don't know if technically the enchanting recipe can only drop from the final cache. So I need to do all 20 waves at once, or if I can get away with or if it can drop from the other little boxes as well. Because if that can happen, then I think we're okay to. I mean, look, I'm still gonna try and see if I can get all of the caches because I think that'll give me the highest drop rate possibilities. Because I think the mountain can drop from all of them. Oh God, okay, that's not good. Don't want to be standing in that. Up. Let's do the self heal. Let's see here. Let's see here. Oh. Medbot, speaker cold dust. All right, so we'll let him tank some more of those energy things because that medbot will if we manage to get it out of the dang fire area, then we can actually use the heal. Otherwise, if he's chilling there, do I have like a pull? Do I have any way of pulling him out of that? Can I? That disoriented him, but that didn't quite get him out of the fire. All right, there we go. Boom. Okay. So now we'll pull him out here, and then we'll have a nice little heal that we can stand on whenever we actually need it. All right, and we've got 3 more, hopefully 2 more waves. 2 more waves. I think that was wave 17 done. All right, we got wave 17 down. We need to interrupt this dude. All right, so that's that done. Let's use up our glacial spike. That's not a good thing. We don't want to be there. Oh, God. Oh, dude, this speaker cold dust is taking all the damage. Oh, God. Oh, jeez. Jeez. This is not good. This is not good. This is not good. You mainly play Arcane Mage? Good stuff. I've heard the DPS is crazy. How do you think I would have an easier time doing all this stuff as an Arcane Mage than a Frostfire Mage? Because I started off as a Fire Mage, and then people told me, look, go Frost Mage, you're going to have a much better time. And that was because, like, while we were leveling this chick up, I died, like, 3 times like taking out mobs for 1 quest. So I think that was solid advice. Oh, good God. Okay, we are not in good shape here. We don't have a heal. Oh, good. Oh, okay, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? All right, I think that gave me some health somehow. Oh, good God, dude, this is not looking good. I think if I focus one of these, med bots, they'll drop the heal thing, and hopefully I can stand in that to heal both me and Speaker Cold Dust. All right, that seems to have worked a bit. Oh God, weird. This is a nail biter though. Oh, good God, this is not. It's not looking good. Not looking good. But I think we. Can we pull through? Can we pull through? Okay. We got a couple more of these heals. Ooh, that was a close one. But we managed to remember to eat between waves as well, so we're good. Fayari, let me know though. Do you think I'll have an easier shot if I run Arcane instead? Oh, I didn't need that heal right then. I should have waited with it. I guess good a time as any to time warp, right? Boom. Or should I just, like, well, do you think Arcane will be easier to oh, no. Oh, damn it. I hit invisibility and he reset. Oh, I'm such a noob. And we don't have time warp now either. Oh, why am I such a noob? Bro. I hit invisibility for the movement speed buff because I thought that then I could run out of his AoE thing faster. But as a result, I reset the boss and also lost time warp. So now I'm going to have to do everything over except without having time warp or any of my other cooldowns for that matter. Arcane can be pretty complicated. Okay, yeah, so we won't run Arcane. Hey, what's up, Master Louie? Welcome in. How's it going? Boom. All right, we managed to get all 20 waves down. And I didn't shriek as much as I usually do. So I think overall, gang, I think we're getting better at it. I think I'm getting better at playing Arcane Mage. Admittedly, in the easiest endgame scenario that exists in the War Within, which is Awakening the Machine. But, all right, fingers crossed. Dude. Damn it. All right, okay, another level 80 that we ran the entire instance on only to not get the formula for that enchant on. But okay, with any luck, tomorrow's reset. All right, next week's reset, we're getting it. All right, it has to happen. It has to happen. It really doesn't. It most likely does not happen again. Let's be real here. It's not how RNG works. RNG has no feelings. Arcane can be pretty complicated. Yeah, that's what I kind of figure. I feel like it's probably better if you're good at playing the class. But Frostmage is probably easier due to slows and such. Yeah, and I guess survivability is maybe a little bit better. I don't know. I feel like I definitely stopped dying as much when I moved to Frost. Now, not at all, but definitely more than I did as Fire. Or definitely less than I did as Fire. What's up, Noel Penfold? How's it going? Welcome to the stream. What am I doing for money making? Is Nightfall still viable? Wait, what does Nightfall mean? Nightfall still viable. I mean, the only thing I can think of is like the Nightfallen, which is like, okay, the Delve in Halifalt. My bad. Yeah, sorry, I don't do a lot of farming. In Halifalt, right? I think people were farming it for the Profane Tinderbox, right? Yeah, I mean, I think they've changed it now so that every Delve has a chance to drop the Profane Tinderboxes. So if you're planning on farming a whole bunch, it'll probably still be pretty decent. Yeah, I think you can now spread out which Delves you do. But I'll be honest, I'm the wrong person to ask because I don't farm. I've spent some. We looked at the number earlier, and I think I've spent something like 4 million gold on buying Profane Tinderboxes. So if you're looking for someone to sell your Profane Tinderboxes to, I'm your guy. But in terms of farming, I'm probably not the best person to ask. What do I do for gold though? You know what? I think let's go ahead and do our mailbox opening. All right, because we were supposed to do it earlier in the stream, and then I almost fainted, and so we got distracted. And we didn't end up doing the mailbox opening, but I think we can do it now. All right. And in doing the mailbox opening, we'll also cover all the things that I've been selling the past couple of days, and so hopefully that should help you out there as well, Noel. Thank you for joining the stream, by the way. Consider subbing if you haven't already. It really does help me out. And if you're watching on Twitch, just brief reminder: if you haven't used your Prime sub, please consider using it on me. It really helps me out, and hopefully it means I can get a new headset because this broken one's getting real old. What became of that alchemy stuff on Friday? Oh, well, we found 4 different builds, I think it was. We found 4 different builds. I'll be honest, we didn't end up actually, as is the tradition with me covering alchemy stuff here, I came up with the builds, and they all looked great. But then the stream was just going for too long, and so I ended the stream and didn't end up actually using the builds. And so, yeah, I mean, if anything, you know what? Let's say this: I figured out the builds, and then I didn't use them because I wanted to leave them for you guys. I didn't wanna to steal any of the gold from y'all by coming up with the build and doing it myself. And so I came up with the builds, and I didn't use them, not because I got super tired and then ended the stream and got too lazy to use them afterwards, but because I wanted to leave them for you guys. All right, I wanted to leave as much gold as possible in those builds for y'all. That ain't profitable at all. Wait, what wasn't profitable at all? The builds that we came up that day weren't profitable? You tried it on a spare alt? Wait, which of the builds did you try though? Because I came up with like 4 different builds, and I think all of them had a way to make it profitable. You went with the potions. So I mean, did you stack like multi-craft and stuff, or did that not work? I mean, if any of those builds didn't work, the move is kind of just, you know what I mean, get more stats, either get far more knowledge points, because those were very bare bone. Those are very bare bone builds. Oh, thank you so much for the sub, Ferrari. Very much appreciate that YouTube sub. Thank you. You went with the potions. Maybe you need more knowledge points. Yeah, I mean, the builds I gave you that day worked fairly well with just green profession equipment and yeah, whatever knowledge points we could get just by leveling up the profession, and like the first time around. But now we have the Dark Moon Fair. You probably have a couple more patron orders you can do and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, alchemy in general. I mean, my main takeaway, look, I'm not gonna lie. My main takeaway at the end of that whole alchemy stream, the Alchemapalooza that we did on Friday, was that, look, alchemy, I think, is just not that, is just, at least if you want to do what I like to do, which is bulk craft things, not rely on concentration crafts, alchemy is probably not as good as something like tailoring is. I still maintain the tailoring is absolute GOAT tier, right? It's complete S tier for gold making with so many different builds. Yeah, I think alchemy is very weak in that sense. Yeah. What's it trying to say? Everything is kind of bum right now. BS is also a crapshoot with alloys, so sad. Yeah, I mean, alloys, I honestly think one of the things that happened there is also just that I feel like there were a lot of YouTube videos out about blacksmithing alloy builds. And so as a result, I feel like a lot of people flooded into those markets. And so, as I always say, like the second it hits like the YouTube crowd, a lot of the profitability is going to disappear just because there's going to be so many people doing them. You know what I mean? Which sucks, but it is what it is. Like, oh, dude, did we turn in? We turned in the quest, right? The rolling down in the deeps thing. Yeah, we turned it in. Okay. All right, let's do the mailbox opening, and I think we're gonna wrap up the stream then. Is there anything else that we want to cover on stream super urgently? We'll do the mailbox opening for my main banker, right? We'll see how far we get. We'll hop over to my professional equipment banker, and we'll open up his mail as well. And then I think we'll wrap up the stream because honestly, your boy is starting to fade. Yeah. But okay. First mailbox, we have 1.6 million gold. We're starting off at about 35 point. Let's drag this into shot. All right, does that look good? There we go. Yeah, I think that looks fairly decent on the vertical stream. Yeah, so our first mailbox. All right, so we are starting off with 35.5 million gold. Our first mailbox, we have 1.6 million gold. Let's open that up. And these are mainly enchants, right? Enchants are a whole bunch of this, but also things like finishing reagents, things like missives, right? We've also got some random items like blinker fluids and things like that we got from, just scrapping with engineering to craft other items. So that's basically just bonus gold on top. And you'll see some jewel crafting reagents in here as well. We've got some spell threads, some armor kits, right? I class those as enchants. And those will continue to sell well. I expect to see a big bump in sales for them, of course, with tomorrow's reset, not only because we have the vaults, but also because of the fact that it's a spark day, it's a catalyst charge day, and so people will be getting a whole bunch more gear, and they'll be looking for a lot of enchants and things like that. But okay, 1.6 million gold in the first mailbox. That got us to 37 million gold. Our second mailbox has 1.3 million gold. Let's go ahead and open up that. And again, a lot more of the same. A few more missives in here, and that's just because I crafted more missives in the past couple days. But yeah, we'll with 1.3 we're gonna hit a new PR for liquid gold, because I think the most we've had until now was 37.5, right? 37.6 was, I think, last week's stream, almost exactly a week ago, and already we're at 37.8. Yo, hold up, wait a minute now. We're at 38. We just crossed 38 million gold, and we still have another 216,000 gold. Bro, we're going to hit 38.5 million gold. That means in the last week alone, we made at least 1 million gold just on this tune. Actually, just in the past, since Friday's stream, right? Or did we open mailbox on Friday? I think we missed it on Friday's stream. So since last Wednesday, we've made at least 1 million gold. And that's just on this banker. So 38.6 million gold. Not bad. That's literally a full million more than our previous PR. All right, let's log off on this tune and log on to my other banker who has a profession equipment stuff. And I think he has another couple 100,000 gold in sold auctions as well. What's up, Osmageddon? Am I saying that right? Am I merching these or making them for sale? Wait, what do you mean merching? I'm very confused by by what you mean by merging. Am I making them for sale? I'm crafting them. I'm guaranteed crafting them. I'm not like I'm not concentration crafting them, if that's what you mean. I'm bulk crafting them. So I'm guaranteeing either rank 3s or I'm crafting them in bulk at rank 2. Because rank 2, honestly, I think not enough people are spending enough time on crafting rank 2 items. Because in many, if not most cases, rank 2 items are actually are more profitable to craft because you're just using rank 1 materials. And second of all, they're also They also have higher sale rates in a lot of cases. So, I mean, if we come over to enchanting here, right, I'll show you what I mean. Crafting results. Well, I mean, okay, this isn't a good example, but if we come over to, I think these ones are fairly decent examples, right? If I guarantee to craft these at rank 2, right, I can craft these at a 20% profit margin, selling the rank 2s. You'll also notice that the rank 2 bracer enchants, if you look on the right there, right, the rank 2s have a region average daily sold at the bottom there. It's of 66.976 at a 20% profit margin. Crafting these at rank 3, I can do them at rank 3, but guess what? I lose 3% profit. I lose 3% on them, and they only have a region average daily sold rate of 12.5. So the rank 2s are literally better in every way, shape, and form for gold making. A, because the profit margin is way higher on them. B, because the sale rate is a lot higher on them. And C, because they're a lot cheaper to craft. These only cost 1,600 gold to craft, versus if I was to craft the rank 3, it would cost me 10,000 gold. So even if the profit margin was the same, I mean, you're better off just crafting 10 of the rank 2s, or whatever, 5 of the rank 2s as opposed to 1 of the rank 3s. Yeah, just because you're taking less risk per item. So yeah, I would say rank 2s, bulk crafting are the 2 little tricks that I would recommend for making a bunch of gold right now. Outside of the concentration crafts, I mean, I'm the wrong person to ask about concentration though. I know that's what every content creator and that's what a lot of people on Reddit and all the different things are saying to do. But you'll see here, I mean, this is one of my accounts, and on my second account, it's more or less exactly the same, where I'm just not using up my concentration at all, which is not to say that that's what you should do. I think you should use up your concentration because it's just free gold. I'm lazy and I don't love concentration builds. I don't like, I don't know. I don't enjoy doing concentration crafts, and so I haven't been doing them. And as you guys can see, I mean, I'm making a decent amount of gold anyway. But okay, let's, on this guy. This guy just sells profession equipment and then a couple of other things like the crafted PvP gear and what else? Yeah, some of the like crafted leveling gear and things like that. Yeah, I mean, you can also see what's expired here. I mean, these razor stones this is Dragonflight stuff. These are worth like 10 gold each. So those you can kind of ignore. But yeah, crafted blue gear and professional equipment. And this also is about 2 or 3 days of sales. I've not been on top of like opening everything up, but we're at 38.6 million gold. Let's go ahead and open up the auctions he sold. About 80,000 gold worth of auctions that he sold. And this is, keep in mind, this is on Illidan. Illidan, North America, which is the most populated server in existence. Right, certainly in the U.S. region, but even globally, I think it's probably one of the fullest servers in existence. And despite that, despite the fact that I don't cancel scan, I haven't canceled scan once, and as you guys can see, I haven't reposted on this guy in like 2 days. We sold 80,000 in that first mailbox. It looks like the second mailbox is about another 60,000, so about 150,000 gold. I think that'll work out to, right? Yeah, about 150,000 gold here. Despite the fact that I haven't been cancel scanning, I'm playing on one of the highest pop servers, and I'm not like reposting things as often as I should be. We're still making good gold, right? And that's kind of my point with all this, is that you really don't need to be as min-max. You don't need to stress as much as a lot of like Reddit and stuff will make you feel like you need to be. But okay, here we go. 38.7 million gold is where we're at here. Should we do some of our cross-realm bankers? Should we see if we can hit 39 million gold? I think we can. I honestly think we can. All right. Well, we'll stream for a little bit longer, and we'll hop over to some of these cross server alts, rather alts on other servers, and see if we can cross 39 million gold, because that'd be wild. We were targeting 40 million by the end of this week, so. I'm not gonna lie, I was tempted to push it to next week and be like, oh, we'll hit 40 million by next week. But honestly, if we're at 39 million gold today, then yeah, I think we can definitely hit 40 million gold by the end of the week. Easy peasy. We could probably do it by tomorrow, to be honest. On Wednesday's stream, we may hit 40 million gold at this rate, because tomorrow's a spark day. It's a catalyst charge day. It's all of the things, right? All of the things we like to see for gold making. All right, let's open up all of our expired mails. Again, these guys have not been good about reposting. What I'll say is, if you want to do the cross-realm trading, post for 24 hours. Don't do what I'm doing. I am just lazy and haven't updated my professional equipment groups to post for 24 hours. But that's how I would get more gold out of this. And also checking these guys more often. Checking them every 2 days when they're posting for 12 hours is dumb as hell and a great way to not make gold. Osmageddon, where can I see your add-ons used for crafting? I have a lot more to learn about crafting. I'm learning quickly watching. Oh, I'm happy to hear that. So I'll say 2 things. First of all, I think there's 3 add-ons that are absolutely crucial for gold making in the War Within. I think Auctionator is the best like basic add-on I can recommend, because that'll give you all of your auction house data. It's super easy to set up, right? You can scan the auction house yourself. You don't need to download like an offline client or anything like that, which Trade Skill Master will require you to do. And Auctionator is the pricing source that I use more often in general. So I think Auctionator would definitely be number 1. Number 2 is Craft Sim. Craft Sim, if you've been seeing any of my professional windows, you'll see all of these black and white windows all over my screen. This is Craft Sim. It's a little complicated to explain. It's very easy to set up. It does have a bit of a learning curve to it. I earlier in the stream, so if you're watching, I think you're watching on YouTube, you can rewind a bit. If you rewind maybe like half an hour, 45 minutes ago, I did do a little overview explaining what each of these windows do. I do have a full guide plan for Craft Sim that I should hopefully release either this week. I'll try and get it out this week for you. But yeah, that's Craft Sim. The other add-on that really depends on whether you're trying to make gold with crafting orders. If you're trying to make gold with crafting orders, then I would highly recommend CraftScan, which is this handy dandy add-on here. And this basically searches your trade chat for people who are looking for crafting orders that your alts can craft. And then all you'll do is their name will pop up here. You'll click on it and it'll send them a template message. And then you'll just need to log over to the alt and actually craft the item that they're looking for. So super, super easy there. And that'll help you a lot if you're new to that. What's up, Wildfire Hulgan? Welcome to the stream. Hello there. How's it going? How's Kazalgar treating you? Are you making gold? Are you looking for ways to make gold? Okay, so this guy only sold about 11,000 gold worth of stuff, which is kind of lame for across region for any of my banker alts. That's well below what I'm used to seeing on there. But hey, we're trying to see if we can hit 39 million gold on this stream itself, and I think we should be able to do it. Because most of these alts have been, every time I've been checking their mailboxes, it's been 30 to 80,000 gold. So if we open up mail, if we got lucky on a couple of them, I think we should be able to hit 39 million gold today, and then I think we should be well on track to hit 40 million gold by Wednesday's stream. You've been loving the expansion, but prices are dropping so fast, though. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I am hoping that we see a nice big spike tomorrow after server reset, because of the fact that it's Spark Day. It's Vault Day is always a good time, and reset in general. But also because of the fact that we get the Catalyst charge, right? And what else do we have coming tomorrow? Do we have anything else? Dude, these guys did not sell well over the weekend. I think it's probably because they probably got undercut right after I posted things, which is why the sales numbers are lower. But I don't know, man. I feel like it's also because whenever I try and open up mail, and again, this maybe just be a conspiracy theory on my part, but I feel like it's every time I try and open up sold auctions on these cross-realm bankers on stream, the numbers are way lower. Whenever I do it off stream, I swear to God, it's like a lot more in terms of sales. But I don't know if that's also because I generally tend to open up mail on them on Monday streams. And over the weekend, I don't play that actively. And also over the weekend, there's a lot more people online. And so they're a lot more likely to get undercut a lot quicker. Whereas when I open their mail off stream during the week, it's probably less likely that on these less populated servers they're getting undercut as quickly. But what have you mainly been selling, Wildfire Hulgan, if you don't mind me asking? Figure a lot of the tryhards have their gear and the rest of the folks are slower to buy upgrades, but farming keeps going 24/7. Yeah. I mean, that's just sort of the nature of the season, right? Like at the start of the season, everything's going to be super valuable and then prices will drop for everything. I do wonder if this expansion in specific, because of the fact that you can gear up so easily through delves and there's so many different catch-up mechanisms and things like that, I wonder if that's why we've sort of seen a sprint of prices to rock bottom levels that we haven't really seen in previous expansions. But I also don't know if we're just at that point in the expansion, because I don't fully remember for Dragonflight. For Dragonflight, I remember prices did start to fall after a while, but I don't. If I'm being completely honest here, I don't fully remember when that happened. And so it may just be my memory that's more of the issue here than anything else. But yeah. Tier 3 mats and consumables have been a decent cash grab. Yeah, I mean, honestly, what I was just saying though is that tier 2 crafts have been surprisingly profitable for me, and I feel like they're a huge opportunity that not too many people are talking about. Because in a lot of cases, all right, 27,000 gold on this server, so that's a little bit better than we've done on the other servers, but still not great, and still not the sort of numbers that I'm used to seeing. Most of these cross-route bankers have been 30 to 80,000 has been closer to what I've been seeing. And you don't have to take my word for it. I mean, if we look at most of these guys have, 200 to 300,000 gold, and that's not because I've been on top of this. If you watched my stream last week, when we checked these guys, it had been 2 weeks since I last opened up mails on them. And despite that, they're sitting at 200,000-300,000 gold. I haven't transferred any gold to them. If anything, I've transferred some gold off of these realms. So yeah, these numbers are definitely lower than usual. But these guys are just selling. If you're wondering what I'm selling on all these other realms, it's 90% of the sales is crafted green profession equipment. Great seller, does super well. And then some of the blue like leveling gear, some of the blue entry level 80 gear, and very little of the crafted PvP gear. In fact, I need to be better about crafting that, but it sells pretty well. That's pretty decent though. Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, considering each of these alts should, if I was actually doing it, it would take me 5 minutes to log on, open up all their expired auctions, right? Pull restocks out of the war bank if I was playing on one account, or out of the guild bank in my case, because I have a guild bank that I have all my characters in, and then post everything in the auction house, and then I can log out, right? And then I just have to log in the next day to pull out all the gold. Yes, I see here this guy's sitting on about 34,000 gold, which is pretty decent considering this takes like 5 minutes a day, right? It should take 5 minutes a day. If you post for 48 hours at a time, you can get away with doing this every other day. And I would honestly recommend doing that. You're probably going to get a decent amount of sales just by doing that as well. 38.8. Ooh. Let's see. I'm holding out hope for my alt on Moonguard. Just because Moonguard has been a surprisingly decent server for sales for me. Now, did I create a banker alt on Moonguard thinking that I could make a bunch of money in Goldshire? Maybe. All right. Sources have not been confirmed. All right. People are saying that may be why I did that. And if you play North American servers, you probably know, you get the reference. You're about done with the daily crafting grind. It's losing the gold per hour ratio that makes it worth it. Oh yeah, okay, sorry. I got confused by the phrasing there, but that was on me. Yeah, it's losing the gold per hour ratio that makes it worth it. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, the thing is, for me, I just genuinely enjoy crafting and like doing all. I enjoy the process more than I enjoy the results at this stage. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like seeing the bigger numbers. But I'm definitely at the stage where like I'm less. I mean, this entire expansion, I've been super chill with my gold making, probably to a fault. In that I think I could have probably made a lot more gold if I had actually stayed focused and focused more on the gold per hour. But yeah, I mean, I prioritize, honestly, this expansion. I prioritize having fun, which, yeah, I mean, I made a decent bit of gold along the way as well. I can imagine that if I was doing it purely for gold making, I don't know if the dividends are still there the same way that they were at the start of the expansion. But yeah. Did I find the coefficient option in Craft Sim yet? No, I didn't. I have a feeling that they may have taken it out. Let's see if we can... Because I know they did some hot fixes, but I don't think he threw it back in. I do wonder if it's maybe in... It may be in this cost optimization window somewhere. I feel like there's a small chance of that. But I don't see it in here, so they may have just taken it out, and it may just default to something. or I mean, there's a small chance that it's in the debugging window. Now, I don't think he would have stuck it in there, but there is a small chance that that's what's going on. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see it. I don't see it anywhere, and I don't see it in the options menu either. So I think there is a chance that they've just removed it. I don't know. Maybe it's in somewhere in the simulation window. Maybe statistics, concentration. No, I don't think any of these windows will have it. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like a strange choice for Genji to have removed it. The only thing I can think is that maybe he found what the actual values are. Because I think in Dragonflight, we were all manually, I think we were all guesstimating it. The only reason I can imagine Genji would have removed the constant is that he managed to figure out, or someone data mined, what the actual values are. And so that's the only reason I can imagine that he would remove it, is because he definitively knows what the actual value is or how to calculate that actual value, which is why he's removed it, which honestly is just for the best, because it means that we don't need to think about it. Will I be streaming for a while? I have to do some chores before the weather changes. Unfortunately, I think we are going to wrap up the stream here. We were supposed to end it actually after our mailbox opening. But then we were so close to 39 million gold that I wanted to quickly see if there was any shot of us overshooting it. As we're getting to more and more of these tunes, I don't think we're going to quite hit 39 million gold on today's stream, at least. Next stream, we smash it for sure. And I think the goal for next stream is that we hit 40 million gold. Yeah. You'll lurk for a bit, maybe catch. Oh, thank you so much for the lurk. If you're enjoying this, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider dropping a follow. Dropping a sub also really helps me out. I'm trying to replace my broken headset here, so every little bit helps. Yeah. Also, if you have like a Twitch Prime, please consider using it up if you haven't already, because it really does help me out. But thank you so much for watching. When do I stream? Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at about 4 p.m. my time, which is about noon GMT. Basically 4.5 hours before whatever time it is in your time zone right now. Yeah. Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays. And then sometimes if I'm feeling less well than I am today, we'll do a bonus stream every now and then, that's all. Is there a limit to personal work orders? Nope. There's no limit to personal work orders. You can do as many of those as you can get. Dude, and that's exactly what I have been doing. So it's probably worth taking a peek at this as well. In the last month alone, I've made 1 million gold in crafting order commissions. Isn't that wild? Isn't that number insane? It blew my mind. That we made over 1 million gold just on crafting orders. And that's all. I'm going to attribute the bulk of that to the craft scan add-on, this one here, that I've talked about at length. If you want to know more about the add-on, check out my stream. Check out the VODs, and there is one out there where I go in depth to it. I'll hopefully edit that at some point. All right, 16,000 on this dude. We're really counting on our Moon Guard banker here. All right, we're almost at Moon Guard, so we'll do that. Cool, I'll catch you on Wednesday. Oh yeah, please do. Drop, come on by. And if you have any more questions, if you have any other questions, let me know on Wednesday. I love answering questions. So, yeah. Wait, Massa Louie, are you saying thank you and have a good day to me or to Wildfire? Oh, to me? Oh, yeah, we're not. We'll end the stream in a couple of minutes here, but I do want to see. Okay, 26,000 gold on this dude. Yeah, so not quite. Let's see where this gets us. Not quite 39 million gold. I mean, realistically, if we went back to my main banker, we probably made enough in sales just during the stream that basically we're 120,000 gold short, which we could very likely have on my main banker at this stage. You're not spec'd into profession tools or anything worth sitting in trade chat for? So I would say download the craft scan add-on and you'll be surprised. Because I spec'd into profession equipment mainly to craft profession equipment to sell on the auction house, right? And I didn't think the crafting order system was so miserable in Dragonflight that I didn't think there was any chance that I would make any meaningful amount of gold in the War Within with the crafting order system. Just because I was like, oh, I can't be bothered to deal with customer service and dealing with trying to find customers and stuff like that. And so I decided, okay, screw it. Let me when I found the add-on, I was like, let me download it, let me test it out. Right? If it's any good, maybe I can make a cool little video about it, or whatever. And funnily enough, I figured out that actually a bunch of my characters that I didn't think would be good at crafting orders actually do have a couple of items that I did have a couple of items that I was able to sell crafting orders for, or that I could spend just a few couple of knowledge points into to craft pretty well. I mean, this guy's the prime example, right? I would never have thought of doing rings or amulets just because I was like, oh, it's so dependent on crafting orders that I wouldn't really think about doing it. And then I realized that I had already spent 40 points into jewelry crafting, so all I really needed was about 30 knowledge points into rings and 30 knowledge points into amulets to be able to sell crafting orders for all of these. And as you can see here, people are looking for these crafts all the time. So all I have to do is click these, and if they reply, all I have to do is tell them that I need 15,000 gold or whatever, and it's pretty painless and quick. So that's what we've done. So yeah, I would say get the crafting add-on anyway, and you may be surprised that you're able to actually craft some of the items that people are looking for pretty easily. Oh, we only have 5,000 gold in auction sold? Dude, never mind. All right, so we're not hitting... All right. End of story. We're not hitting 39 million gold on today's stream, it seems like, unless we stream for a good while longer. But I'm honestly... I'm done. I damn near fainted earlier on the stream, all right? So I feel like we did a good job. We even went a little bit longer today than we usually do on stream. Because like a Pippa guy, I didn't diversify. Oh, fair enough. Reagent stuff is a good call, though. Honestly, I think that's a better build. I think the crafting orders build, I'm becoming more partial to, just because I think that is a market that will always have some gold in it. It'll become more competitive if more people get into it, right? And as the season goes on, there'll be less crafting orders potentially. But ultimately, I think there'll still always be some gold in it, because there's how many other people are doing crafting orders. Not everyone's going to have the craft scan add-on, and not everyone's going to want to deal with the crafting order system. Because even with the add-on, I'll be honest, you do need to do a little bit of customer service, and people can be a bit abrasive sometimes. Yeah, I don't know. Man, some people are super rude. Where they'll message you being like, oh, I need this at rank 5. I'm tipping 1k gold. I'm like, dude, I'm not logging over to another character for 1,000 gold. And they'll be like, oh, then people get rude, right? I don't need to tell y'all. There's a lot of haters out there. A lot of them frequently like to comment on my live stream or on my video. Dude, over the weekend, someone commented on my videos. One of the shorts I think I posted, where I was doing the mailbox opening and we hit 8.6 million gold, right? And I thought that was kind of cool. That we opened up one mailbox and we had 8.6 million gold in one mailbox, right? That's almost gold cap. And someone literally took the time and energy to comment, I don't care. And I was like, well, I mean, you cared enough to leave a comment, right? So like, I should probably stop shouting out haters, right? I don't think that's a good thing to do. But okay, so today's stream, we did a bountiful delve. We got some new boots for my main, right? We're happy about that, right? What else did we do? We did Awakening the Machine on 2 characters. We did some craft. Well, we covered some basic builds. We did an overview of Craft Sim, a very quick and dirty guide to Craft Sim. And then we did a bunch of mailbox openings. We hit 38.8 million gold, almost 38.9 million gold. Yeah, so I think we're definitely on track to hit 40 million gold by Wednesday's stream, which is wild. But yeah, so yeah, I think that's more or less it. Is there anything else I'm missing? I think that's more or less it. Anyway, thank you to everyone who joined us live. If you enjoyed the stream, please consider subbing on YouTube or Twitch. Twitch subs really help me out. We're trying to replace the broken, janky headset, right? Please consider dropping a sub. It really does help me out, and hopefully means that I can get a new headset, which will certainly make me a lot happier. Yeah, beyond that, comment, subscribe, right? Do all the things. I will try and actually edit and put out some videos on YouTube. Lord knows I've been saying that for weeks at this point, but I need to actually sit down and get around to doing it. Beyond that, have a great week ahead, folks. Hope you guys have the best of luck for your vaults tomorrow, right? And may the RNG gods be ever in your favor. Hope everything we covered today helps you guys make a lot more gold, because that's why I'm here, right? That's literally why I'm doing this whole thing. But anyways, take care, folks. Have fun out there. Stay safe. Stay happy. Should I steal Soul So Breezy's Stay Breezy? No, I'll leave that to him. But shout out Soul So Breezy. Anyway, that said, we're going to wrap up here. Thank you, everyone. I will pick someone that we're going to raid as well. Just because I've been trying to be better about raiding someone at the end of stream. I feel like it's always nice. I really appreciate when people raid me. So if you're down, stick around and join us to raid someone else's channel. All right. If not, I will see you lovely people again on Wednesday, basically about 4.5 hours behind whatever time it is in your time zone right now. YouTube viewers, thank you so much for watching. Drop a comment, drop a like, drop a subscribe, right? Do all the things. And we'll be back on Wednesday and then again on Friday. And most likely on Friday stream at the very least. By Friday, we will be doing a giveaway, an exclusive giveaway for the gummy pet, which is actually only available to people in North America, or more specifically the US. So if you're a if you're an EU player, or you just don't live in the US, like so many of us, then you're definitely going to want to tune in on Friday, because we will do the giveaway then. I'll figure out all my stuff by then. I don't know why it doesn't like to show me. I don't know why it doesn't like to show me the pet in game for whatever reason. Gummy. But anyways, look, take my word for it. There's a pet in game. All right, you can only get it from buying a specific type of candy in the US. And so if you're a Europe player, if you're an EU player, or you just don't live in the US, join in on Friday's stream, because we will be giving away some of those codes. There's also some limited edition tabards that you can only get through this promotion. So if you don't care about pets, but you care about transmog, that'll be of interest to you as well. All right. That said, thank you, everyone. Have a good time out there. Let's go ahead and end the stream here, and we'll find someone to raid. All right. Take care. Have fun, and I'll see you guys on Wednesday. Bye-bye.